Hi guys, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. 24 minutes, oh my god. This is too much. And what? And just was doing a lot of home stuff together with the report from the previous stream. Can you imagine? This time I did it only 26 minutes before the stream. So, yeah, so damn late, but you know how busy my week was. You all know what I was doing and where I was going and how small amount of time I had. So thank you very much for waiting for me, and I apologize once again. It's day 650 what? 5 or 62 already. It's hard to keep track when it's going for the second year, and it's going to be a third year in just a few months. Yeah, it's 662. Yeah, pretty for pretty long time already. Let me check what? Check the likes. Let's start with it. Okay. And it's going for the yeah, needed to mute myself there. 55, we have 56 people watching, so we can make it 100 because some people were putting the like before the stream began. Hey Armand, hey OZT, hey Dijkstra, hey Michael Michaels, Rose or Haley. I'll go from the bottom and up there. Hi Tune, and happy birthday Tune. Guys, Tune Ottesen is having a birthday today. And please congratulate her. I know that most of you already did, but if you haven't yet, there's a good chance to do it. By the way, also have been receiving a few donations today. First from Andreas Lach with $25. Just give me a second. I will go there to the notifications and read the whole. Actually, I need to start do it on the PC and go and read it there. It's going to be more comfortable for all of us, right? Okay, just a second. Okay. So Andreas was commenting next. The power of all the civil community support for the armed forces of Ukraine is already felt by the Kremlin. United we make a difference. All decent, wonderful people are united on this side. Roll on. Yes, guys, roll on, and thank you very much for rolling that hard with me. Next, Amonsky is sending $40 for El Greco. Thank you very much, Amonsky. This is very appreciated. Okay. Harry Ostrowski was buying 3 coffees today. Thank you very much, Harry. Then, what do we have here? $10 from Yannick K. Donation. Oh, no, it was yesterday. Got it. Still haven't read that notification. Okay, guys, what do we do now? We gotta talk about a lot, as always. First of all, if you haven't seen the stream from yesterday with Frankie and Cohen, please go and check it out. This was epic. We actually had a raffle there and a few auctions. It was all for patches. Frankie and Kuhn are Ukrainian volunteers, if you still don't know them, and they are coming here to Ukraine every couple of months, and sometimes even every month, and they have patches. This one, this one, this one is the first patch, and there were only 2 patches left yesterday, and Anhil and Tune got them. Then there's this patch. It is, you see, it's 2024, and the coat of arms now is yellow, not. Okay, come on, focus. This is the face now. Focus. Okay, guys, you see the Ukrainian flag, you see the flags of Netherlands there, and potato in the hands of lion. Oh, friet, not patat. It's a friet, you know, as we call it in here in Ukraine, картопля frit, French fries. Okay, so they are not actually. Well, they are here. Yeah, patches are here. I'm gonna be sending them to you Probably on Tuesday. I'm not sure about Monday because Monday is going to be a lot of work for me. Every day there's a lot of work, but it's totally fine. I'll rest after our victory in a few years. I really hope it won't drag for decades and I will survive this war and I will see the victory, not just my mm, possible children. I am not ready to become a father, to be honest, and I was just thinking, you know, I'm not even thinking about kids. I'm really not ready, but some possible kids, of course, I'm not denying the possibility to have kids in the future. We have a happy birthday for Tanet there in the chat. That's cool. Coolest patches. Yeah, they are amazing. And they have very good quality, guys. I will tell you. That's a great thing to receive as a gift. And guys, with that raffle and three, four auctions, we had $1,031 or $33. Can you imagine? This was crazy. And in total, like if we combine all the donations during the week, we already have raised, just give me a second, with the last two donations that I received just now from Andreas Lach and who was that? Amonsky, yes. And $40 from Amonsky, we have, okay, it was, yesterday was $1,630 or something. And right now it's, wow, $1,752.97, guys. Just amazing. Oh, just received a donation now from Michelle Ferguson, $15. That's awesome, Michelle. Thank you very much for $15 donation. Guys, just to remind you what we are raising funds for. So the top fundraiser progress bar is APC repair for 128th Brigade. I have shown you the APC, but I'll do it again right now. Just give me a second. Just need to put up the right screen in here. No, not this one. Is it? Is it? Yeah, it's this one. Okay. So guys, let's go watch something. The APC. Yeah. So it's here on Telegram. I'm pretty energetic today. I guess I had a good sleep today, so I won't be just, forgetting all the words and all that stuff as I sometimes do. And I am hyperactive at the moment. You can feel it, I guess. So everything should be good today. And we're gonna have Greg Terry today with us in just a half an hour. And that's amazing. And I think he's also already in the chat. Greg, hello. I can't wait to talk to you, but we still need to do the intro for the stream as always. Okay, guys. So for today, I guess I won't set 1,000 goal, as it's gonna be probably too heavy for you. Like having two streams in a row and donating every day is gonna be too much. So let's maybe make it a $500 goal. Just let me check how much did we get just today. What do you think about 500? With yesterday's 1,600, and I guess it was 20 or something. Okay, let's make it 20, and just let me count how much have we raised. Oh, Secai just sent $20 for ABC repair. Awesome. So today we have 85 plus 15, $100 today, guys. $400 more to go if you're okay, but you can raise the stakes, we can go above, we can go to 1,000 if you will be having those means to donate today also. And some people could be missing yesterday's stream and they were willing to donate today, so this will be very, very helpful. You know how it works. Oh, by the way, Janine was messaging me before the stream. It was the last thing I was doing before coming to you finally. I was listening to her voice message and she asked me to advertise her campaign, her new fundraiser for what do we have there? Starlink. Yes, they had enough money to get the repair for the car. Oh, and I still wanted to show you the APC we're repairing. Look at this. 200,000 hryvnias are needed to repair this one. This one is a Frankenstein. It was made of different APCs. I'm not sure of what, because I'm totally not an expert on them. They are trying to enter the engine part with that welding machine, because you know how it happens sometimes. But this is gonna be a good vehicle for our soldiers. I don't know how good it is, of course, comparing to some CV90, for example, right? Those modern ones are much better than this old, we may call it crap, but it's still, you know, it still can save people's lives. Even some old crap is good there on the front line if it has some armor on it. So let's make this old buddy saving some lives again. Please, guys, if we're gonna close this one before the new year, this is gonna be just perfect, and is gonna make soldiers happy. By the way, they asked me yesterday to come there to their facility where they maintain those cars. Not only APCs, but just regular pickup trucks. They repair a lot of stuff there. They have their own fund there, and they called me to film it there. So once in a week, once I'll have my vacation starting for 2 weeks, I'm gonna start working even harder on this channel and gonna go there and film some interview with my friend who was requesting this fundraiser, and she is her name is Alona, and she's amazing. I think you would love to hear an interview with her, and she's also from Donetsk. She told me that she will be willing to come on one of the streams, and yeah, she was also getting out there, but already after the full-scale invasion from the occupation. So she has some interesting stories to tell. And yeah, I think it was, of course, traumatizing, but we'll ask her if she's willing to tell this to us. Okay, guys, just received a few more donations. Just a second. What do we have here? We have $200 from Stephen W. Stephen, thank you very much. This is so cool. We're getting even closer to our goal. And Tuna sent $50 from Froya, FPV for Christmas. Oh my god. Thank you very much, Tuna. It's so fucking cool. So Froya is participating the FPV for Christmas flash mob. It's not a challenge, it's a flash mob, but you can call it a challenge also. Thank you, Froya. Thank you to Nev for encouraging Froya to participate in this flash mob. This is so cool. I'm so happy to receive donation from Froya. $50 plus 200 plus 100. We have 350, guys. Just a bit left to get to 100 or to 500, but I'm really hoping to exceed that one. Maybe even probably get to our regular goal today. We'll see, we'll see. I won't be very optimistic or demanding, you know, guys. But sometimes I can be an asshole, and maybe I'll demand. No, I'm not. Gonna be demanding, but I can be an asshole. Believe me. Even nice guys can be not nice if situation demands it, because you gotta stand up for yourself. You gotta also say no sometimes, because if you always say yes, people will just start using you and abusing you. That's how it's happening and going, you know. And what else? I wanted to say that not all the people are just black and white. It's more complex. It's much, you know how it is. We all have our good side and the bad one, and there are no perfect people, and we all have something to, I would say, to accept in ourselves, because being ashamed of something is not a good way. You gotta accept some things in you that you don't like, to be able to either live with them, or probably if you really want this, to improve it somehow. But usually it's not that easy, and it doesn't work that way usually. But of course you can always do what? You can always be hard on yourself, and you can always torture yourself. But sometimes you gotta chill and accept some shit in you, right? Okay. Yes, we can, says Andreaslach. Yeah. Hey, Charlie Johnson. Hey. Okay, guys. Now it's time to say hello. Hi, Niels G. Knudsen. How you doing? Hi, Greg Watkins. Hi. Who else I haven't greet yet? Secai, of course. Our amazing friend Secai. Ara from USA. Andrew Perty. Chris Lunday. Anne Hill. Thank you, my moderator team. You're the best. You always do the best work possible, and you're amazing in it. Thank you. Leather Cat, hello. Hilarious part about it is Ukrainian innovation can turn orc crap into pure gold in no time flat, says Leather Cat. Hilarious part about it is Ukrainian innovation? I don't know what you're talking about. We'll see to that. Secai was saying orcs use crap to invade and fail to maintain said crap. Ukrainians innovate with vintage equipment to defend. Yeah, man. Well, unfortunately, Russians are good at production and start in mass production. For example, FPV drones and night vision FPV drones, which is really bad for us because it will totally destroy our logistics if they have thousands of those drones, and for some reason I'm pretty sure they will, because those regimes, they're really good at forcing people to do something, and in this case you can force many factories to just start producing that and having expenses for that. Are they expenses? It's just, guys, logistics during the day aren't possible right now. But when they start using the night vision drones, it will be not possible at night too. So there won't be time when logistics will be possible, and I don't know what happens then. If we both do it, what the fuck is gonna be happening? Like, it's gonna be just still. No one is gonna be able to carry anything to the soldiers. Like, no supplies, no ammunition. And what does it oh my god, it's so fucking unclear what is going to happen in the future. But we can, of course, prognose, and we can speculate. I don't like to do that. Let's see how it's going to be. Okay. Who was I also not saying hello to? JP, hi. Armand, I was saying hi to you. I'm so happy to see you back to the streams. We missed you, buddy. Really, really glad that everything is working out fine. Of course, it is not that good as it was before, right? But still is better than it was a few weeks ago. Marino 4691. Amazing idea with the repair shop factory. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. I will definitely film that. Or if the orcs built in it, orcs build a lot of crap, was saying Lettercat. Okay, this was just a conversation between you guys. Hi, Chuck Yamayers. By the way, today I finally remembered about your $15 for Janine's fundraiser, and it's gonna go for the next one, for the Starlink. Now they need Starlink. She haven't posted it yet, guys, so but you can already send her donations. You know that it's trustworthy. She is trustworthy, and we all know Janine. We know that she's volunteering in Ukraine. She's from South Africa, guys. If you didn't know who Janine Terblanche is, she's the moderator for Starsky, and she came to Ukraine this summer and started working here at the it's an initiative to feed our soldiers. I'm always forgetting the name, like magic food. Army or something like that. Always forgetting that name. That's some block inside my brain for that name of their fund. But they are feeding soldiers close to the front line, and they are operating. So Janine is most of the time she's in a secret place, but she is. I mean, her life is in more danger than my life. For example, when I'm sitting here in Kyiv and not leaving it, you know. I still need to take my um, guts and go to somewhere close to the front line someday and do journalism there. It's gonna be even better than this one in Kyiv, right? Rick, greetings from Nils Adam. Just in case he will not be able to make it today, says Andreas Lach. Pass Andreas, sorry, pass Nils Adam my regards, and that we are always happy to see him here, and that we miss him and gonna be missing him for this stream and for the next week. But BME, hello. Who else I haven't said hi to? OZT, how you doing? Hey Sprinkles DMC. Hey Load Farm. Hey CZ. Hey, message. What is it? Message D. Going? What? Okay, that's it's just turned to the other side. Okay, guys, I might be missing some names, but I'm gonna go into the bottom of the chat now, and I see Pachelin. Hello, Pachelin. Happy to see you. Annie Wilk, how you doing? Who else do we have there? Phil FX. Michelle Ferguson, thank you for your donation. K&Ks, congrats with winning one of the patches of Frankie and Cohen yesterday. They are just amazing. Okay, guys, don't forget to message me if you haven't done it yet. Send me your address on Discord. Join our Discord community if you haven't joined it yet. By the way, because it's really, really cool there. Such a, you know, how can I call our community? Gentle, welcoming, and tolerable. Love you all, guys. Of course, we don't tolerate any peaceniks and vatniks here. There also on Discord. So if you are one of them, you probably won't go to our Discord. Maybe just to troll us, but we're gonna kick your ass there. So I wanted to thank Nils Knudsen for 20 gifted memberships. It was happening like 5 minutes ago already, but I still haven't thanked you. So thank you very much for 20. They are very appreciated. Lynn S. Hey Rick. Hello Lynn. Happy to see you. How are you doing? Trains and Games Byron. Hello. Morning all. That's evening in Ukraine, but you're probably from the States. Or Canada, right? Where are you from? Trains and Games Byron. Who do we have here? Linda H. Hello, how you doing? Rose Roheli, thank you very much for gifting the membership to Eric Johansson. Or, yeah, it's probably Johansson. Probably from Netherlands too, right, guys? Yesterday's stream was, we had a lot of people from Netherlands. Maybe the same as we have on these Sunday streams, but Frankie and Koen brought some people with them, I think, and it was just amazing, and we'd love to see them on Sunday streams too. Hey Golby Hendricks, how you doing? Ozzy D, how are you doing? Please tell me. Okay, my phone was put aside. Maybe we received some donations there. Yeah, there was $40 from Ann Hill. And thank you very much. You're donating so much this week. First, your regular 40 on Friday. This time it was on Saturday. And then you donated 200 yesterday for the patch, and now 40. Thank you very much. It's very appreciated. What? Maybe I missed another donation. Let me check. Okie dokie. Was entering the PayPal. No, it was just Ann Hill after Tuna. Good. At the moment, we have $2,062.97. Great result, guys. Keep it up. Let's keep receiving donations for the APC. Second, by the way, guys, I still haven't told you what the second fundraiser is about. I know some of you know already and remember, but it's for my friend El Greco. Uh, he's a legend for me, guys. I really am happy to have such a friend. And let's just go to the channel to the browser. Yeah, and also to this channel and see some old community posts with El Greco, or probably better, even better, it's gonna be shirts. Yeah, for example, last thing we raised for El Greco for it was the car. Let's watch this one.
Hi guys, hi Rick. Sorry for the late update on our previous fundraising campaign. There were few busy weeks for us, but yeah, here we go. That's our new Mitsubishi. As you can see, it's already painted. We have new tires, and the car after technical maintenance. So yeah, we couldn't be happier. Thank you a lot, and Efharistuma Parapoli.
El Greco, he's an ethnic Ukrainian Greek, and he knows Greek language, and he's always saying Haristuna Parapali. I thank you a lot. So yeah, no video. Oh shit, but you heard the sound, right? No? Let's watch it again then. Sorry guys, I forgot. I just forgot, as I always do, to switch the screen. My friend El Greco, did you hear the sound, by the way? Me no see, says OZT. And people dropped off immediately. Like, whatever. It doesn't have anything to do with that, I'm pretty sure.
Hi guys, hi Rick. Sorry for the late update on our previous fundraising campaign. There were few busy weeks for us, but yeah, here we go. That's our new Mitsubishi. As you can see, it's already painted. We have new tires, and the car after technical maintenance. So yeah, we couldn't be happier. Thank you a lot, and Efharistuma Parapoli.
So basically, just said it in two languages. First was thank you a lot, then I thank you a lot, but in Greek. Yeah, you heard it. Okay. Thank you. Now you have seen it also. So El Greco is in the need of the new rifle as he wants to shoot further. Right now, he's not able to shoot above 1 kilometer, and he will be able after we help him with a 338 caliber rifle and the scope for it. Then the night scope we already have been raising money for. He's gonna use that one on the second rifle he has or on his assault rifle, but this one is going to be used with a new scope that we also raising money for. So it's a rifle and the scope. 250,000 hryvnias are needed for that one. It's about what, guys, $5,500 or more, probably even 6. Let me check. Oh my god, almost $7,000 for a good rifle and a good scope. And he is gonna be buying on the other things himself, like the bipod, to put it and for it to stand somewhere. Okay. Thanks for all you do, Rick from Texas, Golby Hendricks. Thank you very much, Golby, for being a roller and for rolling with us. Karen, how you doing? Karen L is here. Say hi to Karen. Greg Watkins was already saying that. You're foreign. Now, okay. What am I missing there? You know they exist. Nice name. Okay. You could hear it. That's good. Okay, guys. So, it's just 6 minutes until Greg Terry arrives, and it's gonna be a nice conversation. I watched Greg Terry's streams, especially the last one. I watched 2 of them. It was one with Jonathan, not all of it. I watched just a piece, like 20 minutes probably, and the whole stream with the fish, his friend from Ukraine, from Ukrainian army. So fucking good, so fucking impressive, and Greg Terry is a pro streamer, as I can see from their conversation and from how he's organizing his streams. So it's so cool. and so excited to have this conversation. Just received a donation from RF from USA, $25. Thank you very much, RF, and thank you for yesterday's donation also. It was $75 if I'm not mistaken. So $100 in 2 days. That's cool. So am I checking? Yeah, I'm checking. It was 75. Yeah. Okay. So are there new people there in the chat, guys? Shell Waitley, how you doing? Hugh G, hello. Привіт з Канада. Я працюю українську і я люблю Україні. There were some mistakes. For example, з Канади я працюю, probably the letter T is not available for your keyboard, right? So that's totally understandable. Oh, probably it is. But that was pretty good for a student. Hello to all. Thank you, Hugh G, for speaking Ukrainian there in the chat. Glory to the heroes. Cougar Town, how are you doing? Superman. Do you know Ukraine Matters guy? Yeah, I know him. We had a couple of co-streams. Georgie is an interesting person, and he does an awesome predictions and analytics, and he's making some awesome interviews. For example, with a girl from Crimea, with Crimean Tatar girl. I don't remember her name, but that was an amazing interview, and I'd love to have her on our stream too. I will contact her probably next year already. It's just 2 weeks before the new year, and I have all lined up. We're gonna have Big Mac, Big Mac's Battle Blog channel. You remember him? We're gonna have him on the stream next Sunday. Yeah, it's gonna be next Sunday. And or maybe I'm gonna do an extra stream also. What do you think? If next Saturday we're gonna have an extra stream with him, and then no, probably not 2 weeks in a row. I won't be able to bear it, or you know what I mean. It's a bit harder physically, but yeah, but we'll see. Okay, sorry, I'll have to think about it. We're gonna have some extra streams after 25th, as I will have 2 weeks of vacation, so I'm gonna be doing some extra streams on holidays, definitely. I just received another donation. Just give me a second. I will tell you from whom it is. It is from Derek H. $121.60. Thank you very much, Derek. This is very, very appreciated. And guys, at this moment we have $2,209.57. So we have reached our pre-goal, right? 500, and we can move to our regular goal of 1,000 on the stream. But I'm not pushing you hard because we had a stream yesterday and you've donated a lot already. Also those coffees, I'll gotta count how much we have raised there, and we'll just send it to you. Send it to you? No, not to you, to our soldiers, to the jars, to the fundraisers. That's what we'll do. Okay, Rick, did you get your big gift package from Andrew Mercado? Yeah, it was on one of the videos. By the way, guys, I decided to post the third part from handover event of the 69th Sniping Brigade today, but I didn't have enough time to prepare it and to make it a premiere, so I don't know what to do. Probably we should do it tomorrow and forget about it today already, because it's going to be streamed until midnight today, and I won't have enough time to do it, right? I will have to rest, so please excuse me, but this is going to be one day without NAFO convoy truck handover event, and what? And you're gonna see the next one tomorrow. I'm gonna prepare it tomorrow during the day, and 11:30 Ukrainian time. We'll do it as usually the same time, right? Awesome. Thank you for understanding. I guess it was just too much. I also needed to do that report from the previous stream, which I didn't have enough time. Enough time what? enough time to do everything because my time is limited. As all of your time, guys. I know how it works. You know how it works. We all know. We are all grown-up people here. Our ref from USA says, no problem, Rick. We'll watch the next Nafa video tomorrow. Yeah, I think it's going to be all right. Guys, this time I finally was, more courageous to interview soldiers, and I interviewed 3 of them, 2 in one interview, and more in the other one. No, 1 in the other one. So I think it's 3 soldiers, but it was so fast. Everything was going so fast, and I wasn't able to do it. Okay, we have Greg with us already. Just a second. Greg, hello, my friend.
What's going on, brother? How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great now. Just so you know, I was supposed to be wearing my Ukrainian gear and all my Ukrainian stuff, and Rick says, "No, man, you got to leave the Christmas sweater on."
Yeah,
so we had a party at church today. So he said, "Leave the Christmas sweater on." So you get me in the Christmas sweater.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate. So why shouldn't you wear it, right?
Perfect. Perfect.
Awesome. So I need to connect to your stream now. Just a second.
Don't worry about it. I've already taken care of it.
How?
Roll on.
Just a second. I'm gonna check.
No, you're good.
No, I mean I still need to enter the password, right?
No.
And join call.
No, don't do it because of
Why?
the I can't fix the echo issue yet. So
Ah,
good. We'll be on your channel. And
we're not gonna be on yours.
Well, no, what we'll do, I will get your video, I'll take it down, and I'll premiere it on mine.
Okay, you can
Yes,
cut
sir.
out the part of me talking for half an hour if you want.
Cut out kartoffel free? No,
No, yeah.
no.
Awesome.
Yeah, so we'll do that.
Awesome, thank you. Miriam just sent 50 coffees. Thank you very much, Miriam. У Путіна дефіцит свинцю. Перемога Україні. Thank you. You know how it is translated, right? Greg, you can tell us.
It is victory for Ukraine. We're both do перемога. So we're working till victory. So you'll have to forgive me now because I'm a Russian speaker, okay? But I'm a fighter against the Russian invasion and Putler and his dominion of demons. However, I've been 5 months on the front lines and not one soldier has given me a problem for speaking to them in Russian, knowing that I'm there with them. So I have to mix it up a little bit. So
yeah, my friends are talking to me. Some friends of mine are talking in Russian to me, and it's totally fine. We in Ukraine here tolerate everything, but me myself personally, I stopped talking it just to be a carrier of Ukrainian language. As you know, Greg, it's been completely. It's been genocided also, just as our people. They Soviets and then Russians, they tried to get rid of it. To make it more Russian-speaking country than Ukrainian-speaking through many methods. Do you know some of them that were used?
Yeah, well, here's the deal, Rick, and I'm not Ukrainian, but I've worked in Ukraine for 26 years, and I actually started working in Russia in 94, 98, started my work, 97, 98, started my work in Ukraine, and I was there on the Orange Revolution. So if we take it all the way back to then, these seeds were actually planted as early as the 90s.
Yeah.
when the wall fell and you had Yeltsin, and then you had the transition into Putin, who was being groomed for this for decades, coming up through the KGB and all the things that has made him who he is today, the invader, Hitler #2, Putler. From that, you move into the 2000s, and you start seeing some transition in Ukraine as they want to break free of that Soviet system, break free of that Soviet mentality, move towards democracy, move towards the West with friendships, and try to support everybody. Ukraine did not invade Russia. Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukraine did not disturb Russia. Russia disturbed Ukraine. So this has been going on and on and on, and we all knew. Anybody that has worked inside Ukraine knew this day was coming, not to this level, but we knew that it was going to be further and further. So from the Orange Revolution of 08, and I was there in Kyiv, I was on television there, I was wearing my orange tie, and back when Yushchenko was poisoned, remember, in Austria, and all of those things were happening. And then move forward to the days of Maidan, I was on Maidan. Um, the sniper bullets were there flying. My team was there, literally pulling wounded Ukrainians off the ground, saving their lives. Some of them they saved, some of them they lost, as the Russian snipers were in the Hotel Ukraina there in Maidan. So from there we could see that, and then we see the unfolding moving into 2016, 2017, 2015, the transition of the naval base to Russia, which was a full part of the plan that unfolded as they were given some dirt there through that agreement, a 25-year agreement for the naval base. Next thing you know, we start to hear about separatists in the eastern regions, which were Russian-backed separatists. And they were,
we call them.
yeah. And then you begin to see that unfold. I was on one of the last flights flying into Donetsk before the airport was taken. And I was in Donetsk, had to get out of Donetsk, and I know that's your home city and home region there, Avdiivka. But once that happened, then that fell. All of a sudden, we're still working there in Ukraine. We're going, okay, this is getting ready to go crazy. Then a couple of years of military buildup, propaganda unfolding at record levels for the last 20 to 25 years. And the next thing you know is we have an invasion, February of 2022. And here we stand, day 662. And мы стоим до перемоги. We're standing until victory.
Yeah, there's
the Wikipedia page
about
the history of what led up to this.
Oh yeah,
for the last 25 years.
What's the title of it?
Yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness. So yeah, it's extremely complex. But this has been going on.
Yet at the same time, very simple. Like Russia wants to invade not just Ukraine, but all the neighboring countries to build up an even bigger Soviet Union with more countries inside, including in their dreams, wet dreams, you know, I would say everything like even up to Portugal, Spain, like the whole Europe could be a part of that new ugly Soviet Union. And this is just something that a lot of people in Europe don't realize.
United
a lot
States
of them do. Yeah, a lot of them do already, and this is why we have the unity in the European Union, except for the Orban, who was anyway forced to leave the room and just sucked it.
Yes.
So damn good that. So damn good that we finally have the negotiations starting. Like, not finally. It is so speedy, you know, that countries are not having just 1 year gap between the candidacy, achieving candidacy, and then starting the negotiating. It usually happens in 2 or 3 years, as I've heard, and we have it in 1 year. And if we are going to be really fighting corruption here in Ukraine mostly, but also integrating into the processes, not the process, but, you know, procedures and mechanisms of their institutions of European Union, we will be having a status of the member, I would say, in 3 to 4 years. It's pretty ambitious. But it's possible, as we have shown, that it is possible to start the negotiation in just a year after receiving the candidacy. So I think it's possible.
Let me interject there. The status of candidacy for EU or future for NATO, that's irrelevant to defending this war. This is a war against right versus wrong. And who gives a flying flip about an alliance with the EU and an alliance with NATO? A sovereign nation that is vital for the security of the world with the Black Sea ports has been invaded by a terrorist regime out of the Kremlin.
But still, you see,
regardless of alliances, because how did the Budapest Memorandum work out for you? How's that working out? Exactly. So
nice.
Exactly. So alliances are not the problem. This is right versus wrong. This is truth versus lies. And that's why I'm more concerned with getting the truth out. I translate as much as I can out of the Ukrainian or out of the Russian into English to share with people the truth of what's really happening. You know, you talk about that borderline there. I'm going to do my impersonation of Johnny Pierce now. You know, let's talk about the corruption. Let's talk about the corruption with his British accent that I can't do very well. But so Putin comes out yesterday and says, Finland, I'm just warning you and NATO that if you join Finland, everything changes. We will move military bases up to the St. Petersburg or Leningradsky region, even referring to old Soviet names, and we will be forced to enforce that border like never before. So do you really want to do this? That statement alone tells us what is really going on. And unfortunately, and I'm just going to be quite honest with you,
Mm-hmm.
Ukraine, you deal with that corruption of which I know well, is not the most corrupt nation on the planet.
Yeah,
It's not
definitely.
even close. See, that's what Donald Trump and that's what Tucker Carlson want to tell the world, and Viktor
I like this
Orban,
version.
who's buddies with them, wants to tell the world that Ukraine is the most corrupt nation on the planet. My friends, have you ever been to African nations? I have. I work in 38 nations. That's corruption. By the way, have you ever been to Washington, D.C.? That's corruption. We have a president's son who is being brought up on charges. We can't even elect a Speaker of the House. We have people having sex in the Senate building with breaking news over the last couple of days. And you want to talk about corruption
Yeah.
and blame a Zelensky who's going to take $400 billion and go to some home in the Canary Islands? Stop drinking the Kool-Aid. It's simple, Rick. It's just we need to get the message out.
Yeah,
Sorry,
man.
man. You got me with my green sweater on. I'm juiced today.
You're putting it so good. So I just need to relax and listen to you. And it's all the music to my ears. Oh, nice one. You gotta hold it a bit longer before the camera because you're freezing at some point. Yeah, time to time. Because I think Streamlabs is not the best. Streamlabs OBS is not the best app to use with it. I really need to switch to just the OBS without the Streamlabs.
Yeah.
But the transition process, I'm a lazy guy, you know. No, I'm not. I'm not the lazy guy. I'm just, my time is such a treasure that I just don't have enough time for it.
I see Cheryl. I don't want to pronounce anybody's name wrong, but
Cheryl Waitley?
Waitley.
Wait,
I was in India. Corruption's a way of life. It's just reality,
Yeah.
but that's used as such a crutch. And
guys, have you been to Hungary? I think
Have I been to
corruption
Hungary?
there, corruption there might be very big, considering Orban is in power and his party, right?
have you been to Moldova?
I haven't,
I have.
but have you
Oh,
been?
well, I've been at least a dozen times. Um, and I love Moldova, to be quite honest with you. I got lots of friends there. But if you go down, if you pick an argument, and the argument is corruption is why we should not support Ukraine, that is invalid. Because Ukraine currently is fighting a war against corruption. They're fighting a war against a Russian invading army and air force. They're fighting a war against propaganda and media. They're fighting a war against public opinion. They are basically 25 to 28% the size of the population of Russia.
Yeah.
Russia has been preparing for this for 2 decades, and Ukraine is standing like heroes of the world. What else do you need to know?
I know that
Nothing.
you're usually censoring your speech, but I would like to say it pretty harsh. We fucked them up already, and we're gonna finish that. And that's what is needed to be done with an empire who is constantly invading their neighbors and who wants to build this empire even bigger. So we will do it. It's just I think a matter of time and of men and women will lose. And I really would like to survive this war as any Ukrainian, guys. And unfortunately, right now it depends only on the aid, the military aid from our partners. And we have a shortage of that right now. We don't have enough shells. And Russians in their interviews there on the front line are already saying that, oh, we actually have like 1 or 2 shells per day now. It was all day before. So we already have They already are relaxed, and this is why they are advancing and having some success there at the front line. Deep State is reporting every day, more captured forest stations. Of course, it's not like a town or village per day, because our forces, even with Russians' advantage in numbers and also FPV drones right now, they also have an advantage. They still are not very efficient in it. They're just taking it with a number. Everything is more. They have more of everything, and it's always have been their tactics. They don't value any of that. They just will push and lose men, lose hundreds of thousands of them. Man, when it's gonna be million in our daily statistics, it doesn't change anything. It's just a beautiful number. But for Russia, it's just the same. People there won't rebel when they're gonna lose a million people, because Russian tactics since, I don't know.
It's Soviet
Yeah,
Soviet
Soviet
military
tactics.
tactics.
You know how it worked out in World War II. You know how it
It's
works.
Soviet military tactics, and that's what they've been doing. That is why our movement down in the south around Robitny is very important, because we're standing against that, because we really need to get Torsk. I'm sorry, we need to really get Tokmak, and then push down to Melitopol and get that land bridge and split this thing in half. But on the east, I have friends in Kupiansk. I have friends in Ivanivsky, Chatsiv Yar, outside Bakhmut. I've got friends in they were in Marinka. I've got friends right now in the center of Avdiivka. We know exactly what's going on there. And you're right. We're outgunned. We're outmanned right now, just by sheer volume, not by skill, not by
Yeah.
heart, but by volume. And that's the Soviet way. That's the Soviet mentality. And you're right. Russian economy is on a war it's
Yeah.
on a wartime economy. They are manufacturing drones like crazy, and these things now are being modified, some of them, to have different propulsion, not just the propellers, but the jet movements, to move them up to about a 800-kilometer-per-hour speed on a dive. And I can just tell you, first of all, Rick, I heard you chatting before we got on here, and I heard you say you'd like in the future to get to the front line and do some media there. So I invite you. My team will take you to the front line. We only work with military. So everything we do is absolutely, well, I won't use the word safe, but we're secure. We only move with our military. We're connected all basically from Chernigiv and what's going on up there with the reinforcements of the border all the way around the entire line. And love to take you and guarantee your relative safety.
Thank
But
you.
we'll make that happen, because I owe you a cup of coffee here in a couple of weeks. I'm actually going to be back in Ukraine on January the 2nd. So we hear from all of our guys. We don't have to wait for, something to be 2 days old coming across Telegram, or 3 days old, or coming across whatever news source you guys like to watch. We get the messages. I'm talking right to my guys. My partner, who is the president of the nonprofit there, the NGO in Ukraine, we based out of Khmelnytsky. It's called Napram, which means direction in Ukrainian. This is what we do, and we know we have to win the war. Period.
Yeah, because if we don't win it, it's just a matter of time. If when we lose our country and our nation, and you know how it works. Russians are here not just for territories; they're here to destroy Ukrainian nation. It's a genocide, guys. It all was proven in the last 2 years, not just by how it was proven, right, Greg? You can help me here.
Yeah, I can help you. Let's see, can you give me this? There, leave it just like that.
Okay, I will just switch it. Yeah,
fine.
I made it bigger.
Okay, that's fine. You may say, okay, where is this? This is in Pavlograd, actually, and we were sleeping, and about 5 a.m., an Iskander came, blew this entire residential section up. We were the first ones on the scene there. And this, I'm just showing you, your audience, this is reality. And when you talk about all Russia wants to do is destroy, that is the absolute truth. They want to level everything to the ground. All we have to do is look at the examples of Bakhmut. We can even go back in the war to Severodonetsk. We can talk about Avdiivka, Marinka, all these places. Listen, I need to take you to a Zoom, man. It is unbelievable, the destruction that is in Izum. They are literally leveling it building by building. In English, we call it a scorched earth policy. That is what's happening. So it is systematic, and it's building by building. What? Let me see if I can move this one. I don't. So this is this boy's house. And when I'm there, I pull up and he runs up to me and goes, I'm alive. I've lost my friends and my family.
Where was
And
it?
this is in Pavlograd.
Uh-huh.
And this is my home behind him.
I gotta make it
Gone.
smaller. Just a second. Oh yeah, that's crazy.
He lost his family in that strike.
And we have countless homes like just this one.
Listen, non-stop. I really like this one. This is in a home that was destroyed, but you see what's hanging on the wall?
Yeah, yes, a Ukrainian flag. And what is hanging on the lamp, guys? That's a window.
The window frame.
That's
right.
Insane.
So it gives a little bit of insight that it is street by street by street. This is their method. And it's one of the things I like to share with people is you do not have to ever wonder if Russia is going to run out of military supply. They've been preparing for this for decades. They've got storages in North Korea. They've partnering with China, with Iran. They're on a war footing, and they're on a war economy. And you can tell when a nation will literally have, for example, and I could show you guys video that's from our guys of this. Bakhmut is defeated. Bakhmut is completely occupied, and they are behind the lines leveling the buildings. What else do you need to know? This is the Russian way.
Yeah.
Ruski mir.
Yeah, Ruski mir.
Ruski mir.
The ugly face of the Russian world. Man, I was wondering, while you were talking, I just caught myself thinking, you are speaking to audiences, and I do, who support Ukraine, who know all of this already. And I was wondering, how could we possibly engage some people who aren't supportive of Ukraine, who are skeptical, who are, for example, influenced by Russian propaganda, because there are a lot of nations around the world who are not. And there are people from those countries in here also. And yes, this is amazing. But guys, it's also a question for you. How do you think we can spread it in those countries, in some of your countries also? Because some of the countries we have representatives from, they don't actively support Ukraine, or don't even say that they understand what is going on in here. The leaders of those countries, the governments. Of course, I don't mean people, because people is the most important thing in this case. And it's very good that we have a lot of people from those countries in here, guys. So I'm really happy to see you there. I think I don't need to list those countries. And using this second before you start answering my question, I wanted to thank Nils Jiknatsen for 20 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Nils, for another 20. So, Greg, what do you think?
I work in.
What's the way?
Here's what I think. I believe in a principle. Okay, it's actually a biblical principle, but it says the truth shall set you free.
Yeah,
that's the only way. Truth must be shared, and unfortunately, I just did an interview with an African friend of mine. I do a lot of work in Africa, a lot of work in the nation of Tanzania, and I interviewed a guy who's very articulate, great English. He's actually personal friends with my Ukrainian partner Yevgen, and knows all of us, supports Ukraine. And I'm just going to tell you guys this. We did a three-way call talking with his name is Berings Mlambya and Yevgen Matsutsa. And Berings asked Yevgen, whom he knows, he's in Africa, Zhenya's in Ukraine. He goes, is the war going on still? Because we heard it's over.
Oh my fucking god.
And this is listen to me, an educated
Yeah.
Tanzanian
Yeah.
professional with a master's degree and speaks 3 languages. He's not on some backside of a desert somewhere. Okay. Secondly, let's go to South America. We do lots of work in Ecuador. There is only pro-Russian information in Ecuador because these governments are kindred, and Ecuador is probably one of the most corrupt nations on the planet. I've been working in Ecuador since 2004. My friends in Ecuador message us to say, what's the truth? What's going on? How can we help? So you're right, Rick. People want to help, but repressive regimes and money.
Money, which Russia has a lot of them.
A lot. So what I try to do is, and all we can do is do our part. Share. Hopefully we have doors open for us that would connect us to a different group. Here in the US, we would call it a grassroots effort. That's what we're doing. It's a grassroots effort to fight for the truth and to fight for what's right. So we just tell the story. Now, I can tell you this, I'm in not negotiations, it's a done deal, but I'm getting ready to start live streaming on a Pakistani satellite network that I've came into friendship with, and that's going to be imminently starting, and it's only satellite. It's all through Asia. They want it in English, and my program will be on that satellite, and they have 80 million viewers. So even if we can get 1/100,000th of a percent, we're going to be touching people and helping tell them the truth, because the owner of that network, I just met him in Oklahoma City at a meeting, and we hit it off. And the next thing you know, he goes, man, you need to come on and tell the Muslim world this stuff, because we hear nothing about the war in Ukraine. And if we do, it's typically slanted pro-Russia.
Yeah. And
that's all we can do.
That sounds very cool, that you're gonna start to do streams there. So maybe just as an idea, I'm sure that you have already thought about that, but I guess inviting Ukrainians is gonna be a good idea. If you
Absolutely.
if you're gonna have guests there, of course.
Will you come?
Of course.
Okay.
I'm first, when I'm thinking, when I'm talking about that, I first think about myself.
Absolutely, you're in.
But
you know why? You know why?
Yeah.
Well, I consider you my brother.
Oh.
You have to understand something, and I know I'm a little bit older than you, but a lot of these Ukrainians that I'm friends with, and a lot of military that's on the front line, they're not just people I know or I've met through our war work, 5 months there on the front and soon to be 3 more. I've known these guys since they were 12 years old, kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got friends that have been killed. I've got friends that have given their lives fighting for this cause. And I know Ukraine. If the roles were reversed, and just for example, Canada had invaded the United States, and it was Canada, the aggressive nation, and US in a similar situation,
Mm-hmm.
my Ukrainian friends would do exactly what I'm doing, and they would get on the airplane and they would come here and help me.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact. So nobody can change my mind about Ukrainian character, Ukrainian culture, the goodness of Ukrainians. They are not Nazis. They are not fascists. The Nazis and fascists are located at Red Square in the Kremlin. That's where they're at.
Yeah, man. And we gotta talk about this, and we gotta continue repeating these words to other nations. Like with your future project, it's just just amazing. Because you see, I was wondering, so it's a shard of a shell, and it's
that
massive.
zinged by my head.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
So
really wish
this
your project to blow off. You know.
this is why nobody can ever change my mind. We embed with the soldiers. We get bombed with the soldiers. We have position points we take up where we stay in that Kramatorsk, Slavyansk, Druzhkivka, Konstantinivka circle where we support that line in Kupiansk and Rygorodok and Liman and all these places. And then we have a place we stay below Zaporizhia where and I can tell you this, one of the biggest groups we support is the group that's in Robitny right now. They came out of Orikov and came down and pushed the Russians back there. And we do a ton of work on the Kherson line there, right on the riverbank, Nikopol, the whole thing. So we're there. The Shaheeds are flying over the heads, being buzzed by the MiG-29s, the 31s. We've seen it all. So you can never change my mind. I could never be convinced.
Man, you're
So
already a Ukrainian.
but послушай меня.
Yeah.
That's the passion we've got to put into everybody else.
Yes, that's it. And you have a lot of that passion, and I'm
Man,
so damn
this is
happy to see that and to hear that.
до перемоги.
Yeah, до перемоги. Разом. Тільки разом. Yeah, that's yeah, guys, do you need a translation? I think most of you know those words, right?
Andrew Petrie, Canadian people are quite nice until we get pissed off. Please, Andrew, don't invade us. We're friends. I don't live too far from Canada.
Yeah, Republicans better don't piss off Canada because it might end. Okay, Canada doesn't have such a strong army, I guess, as US do.
Man, I gotta take my glasses off. I'm showing my age. Sorry.
You weren't wearing them on your eyes. It was just on your head.
Now, we work very closely with this group. Here, I'll show you this one too, just so you guys know.
Oh yeah, of course, Azov. And I've heard you've been telling this to Jonathan that you have a lot of friends in Azov, and yes,
a lot of friends in Azov, like, and that goes all the way back to Azovstal.
Every Azov,
Azov
member.
I can tell you, I work very closely with the Azov in the east.
Mm-hmm.
I am friends with. So here's what's interesting. When the siege happened in Mariupol at the Azovstal steel plant, I reached out to a couple of the guys that were trapped. Volin primarily.
Volina.
And we became Volina, and we became friends, communicating back and forth while he was under the siege.
Awesome.
And yeah, so there was some connections made there. And then there's also, of course, some Azov groups in the south as well. So yeah, we're friends with all of them. Work very closely with them. So, you know, our aid, Rick, is not random. It's I think it's much like yours. You find a certain need and you fill it. And the difference between, I guess, what I try to bring to the table and my team and my guys is, if Americans and people from other nations now donate money to help, we have transitioned from basically doing evacuations and feeding, although we still feed people like crazy, but more to military aid, because if we do not take care of the military, we're not going to have any people to deal with anyway. So we have to support the military. So we're 90% plus now military support. And to this date, our little stream and our church here and all of our friends that we've developed for 662 days, we've raised over $250,000 in aid. And what we do that's a little different is, if people donate to us, like last week, guys bought 2 drones on our stream, and that was the first time it's ever happened. A guy out of the UK just started it, and Zhenya was on here, and I think Fish was on here. We're talking about no, it was before Fish, talking about drones, and then all of a sudden, one of the viewers says, "Let's buy a drone," and he gave the first donation. That's never happened on my streams before. We just kind of do it differently. People,
Mm-hmm.
they see my secure link and they see the work we do, and you either give or you don't. And I always guarantee that every penny you give, plus there's never any admin fees. There's nothing. If a donation comes in and there's a 2.6% credit card charge, we pay the 2.6%. If you give $50, 50's going minimum. So
Mm-hmm.
the thing
That's
that we
cool.
do, though, I think's different, Rick, is like those 2 drones we bought last week, and just right now we're buying a scope for a sniper buddy. I will hand deliver those right to the soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
It's my hand to their hand.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
Perfect.
supply I've given for the medical side there in the Bakhmut area. It's hand to hand. And I think that's another way to answer your question earlier, that by showing reality, we can get more people moving on
Yeah.
this grassroots effort.
Yeah, let's do that. And I will just help you with that as much as I can.
CZ, thank you, CZ. Tell them about Valin. I did. I told them about Valin.
Yeah, just
CZ's been with me from the beginning. I don't even know how it's awesome.
Been with me for at least, I don't know, half a year.
Yeah, it's a legend. That's a
Yeah.
rescuer of animals there in Ukraine. It's awesome.
Yeah, I didn't know. Wow.
Oh yes,
Caesar.
that's boom. Yes, sir.
Amazing.
Animal
So
rescuer.
maybe you're willing to come to one of my streams, CZ?
There you go.
It's that easy.
It's that easy.
It's easy to get here. Okay, so I want to take a pause and thank people for their donations and mention their donations. So there was 5 while we were talking. Just a sec. Okay. Yeah, hydration is very important. Stay hydrated, my friend. Okay, so first donation was from Cinnamon. How are you doing, Cinnamon?
Cinnamon.
You know Cinnamon? From
I
Canada.
think Cinnamon's Canada.
Yeah, Canada.
Yeah, Cinnamon's on my stream some. Welcome, Cinnamon.
Cinnamon is being pretty silent in the chat and on Discord, but still sends donations time to time.
Well,
This is
it's
so cool.
you know, cinnamon is a spice, and
Mhm.
it's not like salt or pepper. It's a gentle spice. So we're quiet in the background, but we do a lot of work. That's cinnamon.
Yeah, you always have a phrase for something, as I see. So Cinnamon donated $30. Then Timothy, our all-time roller, donated $25. Then Katie S donated $25. Whichever fundraiser you choose. I also donated to the shelter. Thank you very much, guys. Hostomel shelter next to Kiev. Well, can I say advocate for them? I definitely want the good for them, and I call you to send some donations to them because they are low on budget, and those animals, they are adorable, and it's hard, as Operator Mike said in the interview a couple of days ago, it's hard not to take them all with you. It's so hard, it's heartbreaking, and I really wish her... We took a kitty from her shelter 2 weeks ago. She's now, her name is Monroe, and now she has a home. The second one, that was her first home. She's was a bit scared of everything in the beginning, but now she's getting settled, having her own sofa and pushing our older cat from it, just enjoying her life, and it's so cool. So this is not the last donation. Yannicke K sent another $35.78. Thank you very much, Yannicke. And Lynn Stefanishin sent $28.62. Thank you very much, my friends. And Bjorn is coming in hot as always, $300, $100 for each fundraisers. Greetings from Norway. Man, you gotta know about Bjorn. He was... we had a fundraiser about 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. It started, yeah, or maybe 5 already. Doesn't matter. So it was for 3 Mavic T drones. It was 350,000 hryvnias, which is around $12,000.
Yeah, yeah.
A pretty big one. And Bjorn started donated like crazy, thousand after a thousand, and in 2 weeks, we closed that fundraiser, and about 80% of those 12,000 was by Bjorn. Then Bjorn did the same with the fundraiser for 2 Mavic 3E drones, which was 250,000, around 70%. It's all the group effort, and there are no small donations, guys, remember.
Never.
Yes, so it was our united effort and joint, but a huge shout out to Bjorn anyway for speeding that up so much. And Bjorn, you're a legend. Thank you for this donation and for all of them.
Thank you, Bjorn.
Yeah, we have also donations. Like we have constant donations from our rollers, and they send, for example, guys, you can send even a $1, each week, and it will make a difference, a huge one, because consistency is the most important thing. If you have just $1 to share, even if you have 50 cents to share, if we united, like thousands of us, start donating just $1 every week, this will combine into a huge sum of money and is going to make a huge difference. So please don't stop sending those even $1 donations. They are very important too. That's my opinion on that. What do you think, Greg?
I agree 100%. That's what grassroots efforts is. And, we go back to that same question that's probably one of the foundations for the stream today, and that's this: how do we get the truth out to more people? How do we tell more people? And we can do what we can do technically and share and all those things, but it's really something when humans see other humans giving to a cause versus talking about a cause. There's one thing to
Yeah.
talk about a cause. There's another thing to invest yourself in the cause. And that even helps spread the message more. You believe in this enough to share your hard-earned finances to stand for what's right. That communicates volumes. It's very loud statement.
Yeah, before the full-scale invasion, I didn't understand the concept of donations at all. I was a totally different person. I changed a lot. I wasn't actually a citizen of my country, to be honest. I was just one of those people who simply live there for their own good, and they don't care about their country. That's who I was. Of course, I had a pro-Ukrainian position. I never wanted that fucking Russian world. I was never happy in occupation in 2015 to 2019. This was terrible. I never supported Russia, and I always for Ukraine, but I was never fully invested in it. I was just like, I understood that Russia is wrong and Ukraine is right, and I always wanted Donetsk to be Ukraine, and never any of that shit happening to my motherland. This was terrible. This was a tragedy for me, a broken life, not just for me, but for all my family members, for each of them. They were all forced to leave that place, and they lost their homes. We still have our homes there, standing, waiting for us. And I really hope that they will withstand our victory, because it doesn't seem to be easy. And for for buildings too. But this is all physical, because your home is where your heart is, right? You can definitely go anywhere and find happiness there. It's just so unfair that people has to leave places just because some country is invading that place.
Do you know where my home is, according to your definition?
In Ukraine, definitely, but where exactly in Ukraine?
So I base in the Khmelnytsky Oblast.
Mm-hmm.
Khmelnytsky region, of course, that's where is quite often a target due to the air base in Start
Yeah.
Konstantinov, which
Mm-hmm.
is public knowledge. I'm not sharing anything. It's easy to know. So that's home. And second home, we have another. So I have an apartment in Khmelnytsky, have an apartment with in Kiev, and then we have certain places we stay that we've secured. One is in Kherson, right downtown on the river. It's very dangerous and loud every night, but we've chosen a proper place for defensive residents. We're blocked by some bigger buildings where we stay. Only thing you have to worry about there is reconnaissance drones, but other than that, we're good. We do everything under the cover of night and with night vision, getting in and out of there. We want to stay alive. My partner has 3 little kids and his wife, or 4 kids and his wife. I've got 3 kids, and nobody has a death wish. We just if you don't help, you got to help. So that's my main 3 places.
So Khmelnytsky,
Khmelnytsky,
Kyiv, and
then
Kherson.
Kherson, yes.
Kherson. Mm-hmm.
Now we have we have an apartment we stay at in Kramatorsk as well for the east. But so basically, as I shared with you, I think privately in a message or whatever, when we basically do 7 to 10 day runs. And are you interested to hear how we do this?
Yeah, really interested.
Okay, so we have all of our stuff there in Khmelnytsky in our warehouse, and work with locals there and government there and mayors, my friend, and we work with a lot of government people. I'm pretty good friends with a few deputies there in the Rada, and we all work together. And basically what we do, we load our truck and we load our trailer. Unless the weather's bad, then we just take our truck, which is basically like a Nissan Navara, like military truck. And we leave Khmelnytsky. We go to Kyiv. We meet with some people there. And from there, we head. Now, it could be Chernihiv or Sumy, because that's becoming a hotter area with the Russian reconnaissance groups coming across. And now, of course, Ukraine is putting the dragon's teeth in. We're putting new trenches in on that Chernihiv and Sumy border and Kharkiv border, because if you see that happening, guys, that means something's going on there more than just some reconnaissance groups happening. Unfortunately, that means Ukraine's got to divert or has to transfer some resources there, which we really can't afford to transfer up to the north. But we make that loop. I have a medic in the Sumy region right there on the front, on the very front, who, when I was in Ukraine in 2008, I took my entire family. My son was 6 months old. He became very ill. She was a nurse at that time in a hospital, came over and took care of my son for 10 days and nursed him back to health. Now she is in the military and she's in her 50s, and she is on the front line saving soldiers' lives. I mean, literally on the front line. So let me ask you, who do you think I'm going to support? I make sure she has compresses. I make sure she has tourniquets. I make sure she has everything she needs. She took care of my son. I take care of her. There's no questions asked. So from there, we push down Kharkiv. We typically stay in Kharkiv, work down through Izum, Liman, come down into the Donetsk Oblast, and then we're in that loop there with Kramatorsk and Slavyansk and Druchki, for all of that region. Then we cut out through, coming out, skirting just west, of Avdiivka, cut back across, head over to Pokrovsk, and from Pokrovsk into Pavlograd. And yes, I know the Ukrainian map frontwards and backwards. And from Pavlograd on into Dnipro, we rest there. We head down to Zaporizhia, into Rarikiv, work all that area. And then we run the bank of the river, Nikopol, all the way to Kherson. We finish up. We go back to Khmelnytsky, Cherez Mykolaiv, or through Mykolaiv up. And then once we're back in Khmelnytsky, we rest 3 days, we reload, and we leave again. I will do this nonstop for 3 months, and we will stream everything. We'll share everything. Now, you may ask, well, don't you run out of supplies? You only have 1 truckload? Yes, we ship containers of goods, equipment, military, typically with Nova Poshta or others that we've come into agreements with. So we will ship, for example, to Kharkiv. Yes, the Nova Poshta that got destroyed, that's one that we used, that warehouse. We ship there, we then ship to Dnipro, and we ship to Kherson. So once we've emptied out through that northern region, we reload in Kharkiv, and then we head straight down toward that Bakhmut line. We unload everything. We head to Dnipro. We reload. We then drop on the like Novovasilivka, all those places down on the Zaporizhia line, and then from there we start running Nikopol, the river, and then we reload in Kherson. That's how we do it every
So
time.
there are many reloads there. How many
There are- yeah,
containers are you sending in average?
So basically, we're sending 2 containers per. So every 10 days, we're shipping out 6 containers.
Wow. You mean the
Now, what? Not
sea
not from a
containers?
ship. No,
not
Novopochta
from-
container, which is
How big it is? I don't know.
okay. So probably 2.5 meters tall, because it's tall, that they put in the back of the big truck, and then it's like 2 meters by 2 meters, and they then roll them into the big tractor trailers. So we fill those with all the aid,
Wow, that's cool.
and then when we get there,
Mhm.
they unload it. No, I got video and pictures of all of it, man. I'll show you.
Awesome.
Crazy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And what type of equipment you put there? For example, military equipment. Can you share it with us?
Sure. Number one, we supply on 2 sides. We supply medically, and we supply technically. Now, I'll tell your viewers tonight a very interesting story and concept that we do. And I know you know this. So, Ukrainians are the most, what's the word I'm looking for? Now you've got my English messed up.
Well, that's what happens when you are becoming Ukrainian.
I know. Ukrainians are they're geniuses. Let me just leave it at that. The way they work. Now let me explain. So, medical side, the number one thing always needed are genuine, real Cat 7 tourniquets, not Chinese trash.
Yeah.
When we come up to soldiers and they have the Chinese trash on their weapon or on their bronik, on their kits, the first thing we do is we rip the Chinese one off. And then, what are you doing? And then we boom, put the Cat 7 on. Bajaj Darovia. And buddy, you have a best friend now. Period. Because they know you care about them. And these are not cheap tourniquets. So tourniquets and then chest compresses. They are the 2 top needs always on the front lines. Tourniquets and compresses.
Chest compresses okluzijna пов'язка in Ukrainian?
Yes, yes. It's the most important. Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, on the military side, ammo, optics, and drones.
So ammo, you provide what? Bullets?
338.
338.
The hardest
for the
to find.
sniper rifles, right?
Absolutely. Not the 5.56 NATO or 7.62s. The 338. A lot of my sniper buddies.
338. Speaking of 338, man, at the moment we're raising funds. I just want to repeat it for the people who wasn't in the beginning of the stream in here, that for my friend El Greco, who is in Still Border Brigade. He serves there since the beginning of full-scale invasion. Like he told me last week, Rick, I want to become like a better sniper. Can we? I want to raise money for this bigger caliber rifle, because he was like a marksman before. He has a rifle which range is shorter than 1 kilometer, and he wants to reach 1 kilometer range, and he needs a 338 rifle for that, and the scope, a good scope for that. So in total it is 250,000. But just give me a second, I'm going to show you the message on the jar, which he put it there himself.
All right.
Yeah, here it is. Oh, here it is. So, hi, that's El Greco, and this jar aims to raise funds for building a complex with the rifle in 338 caliber and scope that helps us to reach 1+ kilometer. Bipod, sound moderator, and mountain rings are on me. So he is actually paying for part of the equipment because he's always shy and humble to ask for everything. He's covering a lot of equipment with his own money. Our soldiers are receiving, who are there on the front line, they are receiving a decent pay for Ukrainian standard. It's a very good money. And of course, they deserve it because they are risking their lives every time. And they are, usually shy to ask for too much. Sometimes they don't even. And my friend El Greco already spent a few 100,000 hryvnias on the equipment. He was counting, and together with our fundraisers, I won't tell you the number, but I would say that he already spent a lot of his own money for that. So guys, please, if you have the means to donate yet, because I know it's been a lot. I was asking for from yesterday. I had a bonus stream yesterday, Greg. Haven't you?
I saw it.
Out?
Yeah, I was watching. I was watching.
Oh, you was watching.
Well,
thank you.
Well, I saw you being cool on the sofas. That was cool. And then I also saw you out with the army of vehicles. That was cool, man.
With Alex. Yeah. Thank you. So us being cool on sofas, we those guys. You now know them. They are Frankie and
yeah, they're cool, man. I love it.
Netherlands. They are amazing. So those patches, 5 or 6 patches. We raised money from auctions and raffle yesterday for these 6 patches, and we got $1,030. This is
fantastic.
A very good result, and thank you guys. And I understand that me calling you to donate right now, it's maybe too much, but if you have a spare dollar or two, please send it. It's never be enough for the Ukrainian army because we are a much smaller army than Russian army, and everything is expendable on the front line. Everything is getting lost pretty fast. That's why this will be going forever. I just received the donation from you, Greg. Right?
For what? I did?
Yeah, you did. You don't act like you haven't. Thank you very much, guys. It's $100, and Greg said love ya. This is this is mutual, right? Can I say that? It's навзаим.
Perfect. Mutual.
Yeah, this is mutual. And also Linda H sent $20 for whichever fundraiser we want. I was mentioning that already, probably, but
let me tell you this. Rick. If your buddy ever needs bullets, you just let me know. I got a connection.
Okay, awesome.
Because listen, those 338s are gold. Not the weapon itself, but finding the ammo sometimes it's a challenge.
So Bjorn was asking, actually, 338 is about 2x energy compared to 308, if I'm right.
Well, it's a 308, and you had other guys in there talking about a 270. And I would pull out all of my weapons right now, but I don't want to get you or I taken off the stream. So I actually hunt with a 270, and I've shot a lot of 338. American. We shoot a lot of guns. All right. So 338. Yeah. So I know these weapons well. I'm kind of agreeing. I would love it if some of the Ukrainians were actually running 270s, man. We could supply that stuff out the wazoo, like easy. 338's a challenge, but it's a cannon, a literal cannon in your hands. And it's devastating, devastating weapon.
So was Bjorn right about 338 being twice more energetic? Like, energy, he said, is about 2x energy compared to 308.
I'm not an expert. However, I believe that to be true. Easily 2x. Listen, the 338, she's a bad boy. It's a great weapon.
That's good.
You better be locked when you pull that trigger. That's all I'm gonna say. If not, you're gonna end up on the ground. It's gonna knock the snot out of you.
Wow.
Great weapon.
I'm happy that El Greco will be using that one. I'm
Yeah.
really
Oh,
happy.
yeah, absolutely. That's what fish uses.
Whoa. So they're gonna be a Gun Brothers
Yeah, we'll make it happen.
soon. No. I mean, like when
No,
just
no, no, no. But we'll make it happen. They'll be brothers because I take care of fish and I'll take care of Greco.
okay. Thank you. I will definitely let
Make
him
sure
know
he's got some.
because
Make
he
sure he's
was
got some
talking to
gunpowder.
me about having a lack of ammo, and he will definitely need your help in this. So
You
thank
know
you in
they exist.
advance.
Recoil tells all. 338 can knock you over. That is the absolute truth. You can shoot a 308 all day long, no problem. That 338, you better be tied off to the table.
Man, I'm the most soft civilian ever. I think I haven't shot a gun in my life yet. I cannot imagine how 338 feels.
Okay, you listen right now. Rick, not only am I inviting you to the front lines with us, because I heard you
I
say I need to
imagined.
get, you said it.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So you
I
have
said
an
it.
invitation. Greg Lashania. Okay. Now I will also put you on the gun range with fish and let you shoot an AK and a 338.
Okay.
So you
Sounds
will have the experience of shooting guns.
that's something that every Ukrainian should have. Really.
Absolutely. I got
Yeah.
you covered.
Because yeah, I'm just hesitating on going to the gun to the range, yeah, to train, to feel how it is, not just because here in Kiev it is expensive, but because I prefer to live in my comfort zone, all that stuff, and I
Sure.
find excuses not to go. I really gotta definitely step out of my comfort zone and go to both of those places that we were talking about.
Michael Michaels, teach at Rick the Ukrainian how to shoot. Absolutely.
Yeah,
And we'll
thank you.
video.
Yeah, we'll definitely do that. You're gonna laugh at me out there
Oh no.
a
We've
lot.
got good teachers.
Okay, I hope so because I'm imagining the civilian taking
I
an
know.
AK
But
in his hands
l-
for the first
let
time.
me speak to something about that, just so people that are outside of Ukraine understand, especially Americans, where our gun laws are very lax as far as purchasing, which I'm happy for. That's my opinion. Okay, now um, it's not always easy to buy a weapon as a civilian. You have to go through a process. You have to go through the right paperwork. You
Yeah.
have to go through the proper training. You have to get the proper documentation. You say, well, how do you know this? Because we've bought personal weapons for us. So if we're out on the front with soldiers, we never carry a weapon.
Hmm.
Never. In fact, I've got sometimes I have press on my bulletproof vest, and sometimes I just run my Ukrainian patches. A lot of times I'm running this patch.
Just a second. I'm gonna make it bigger because we had police. It says
Yes.
policia. Yes.
Okay, but this is a certain police patch that came from uh, Mykolaiv through a certain guy. All I have to do is show that patch. It speaks for itself. So
Uh-huh.
patches, the right ones communicate a lot of things.
Wow.
So, but we never hop out with a soldier and have our weapon. However, so why do we carry weapons? Why did we have to go through the process to get approved? We're completely legal, 100%. I actually carry all this Ukrainian army documentation with me everywhere I
The
go.
press card. It
We're
is.
legal. Oh yeah, the real one. That's the military press card. That's not journalist press card.
Uh-huh.
That's
Yeah.
that's the Zaluzhny press card. So here's the deal. We have encountered situations like at checkpoints or walking around the streets of Kherson trying to get into our place where we stay, where we have felt uncomfortable because of collaborators.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I can tell you there have been multiple times where we've never felt nervous on the front line ever.
Mm-hmm.
We have felt nervous at a block post where Zhenya absolutely knew, and we turned around. He absolutely knew, Greg, that guy's not Ukrainian.
Mm.
And he's not a Ukrainian speaking Russian. That is a Russian collaborator. And we turned back around and went and got the officials.
Wow.
That was outside of Dnipro. And I said, well, how do you know? Because I just know. I'm Ukrainian. I know because
Yeah.
depending on what we're doing, we either run the passwords, or I also know that there are certain words in Ukrainian that are very difficult to speak for Russian speakers because of the phonetics of it. So
Yeah.
they're always talking when you're on the front lines, or you're running block posts, or you're running checkpoints. These guys are always talking to each other in a way that they know. Then they can be speaking Russian, half Ukrainian, all Ukrainian. They're speaking in a colloquial way where they know, in addition to the password system. And, for us, I mean, my guy's is a master. We come to the block post and he's just having a conversation, soldier, and they always love it 100% of the time that I'm there. American passport, and I got that documentation. They go, man, we're just so thankful. And then all of a sudden, Jane, you'll be talking to them, and boop, the password comes out in a sentence. He goes, yep, see you guys later. Love you. And, it's the natural flow of things. So with that said, there's a process to all of what unfolds to make it the most effective.
Got it. Okay. Taking the pause to thank Amonsky for 10 gifted memberships and Yvonne Way for 5 gifted memberships, I think 2 times. I forgot to thank you one time before, but it might be mixed in my mind with yesterday's stream. I also, guys, wanted to mention what?
Please pause. Please pause.
Yeah, pause.
Just I have to do this one because this one's important. All right. Moronto T33. I don't mean to be rude, but did he lose fingers in Ukraine? I would love to tell you the story that I lost that in Ukraine and, feel sorry for us and send money, but I did not. I was actually born this way.
Wow.
51 years ago. And if you want to see something or hear something crazy, I'm actually a professional piano player.
Wow.
So don't think that Ukraine can't win this war. There's a way for everything. Just don't give up.
Yeah.
Do not give up.
Never give
Nothing
up.
can hold you back but yourself. That's it.
Man, now I see that you're one of those brilliant motivators. The people who will get through anything and achieve their goal. Damn, so happy to meet you.
Likewise, Rick. It's just the beginning. Just the beginning, buddy.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure that together we can do more. And we're uniting. We are finding each other out, and it's just, as it's probably just the beginning of total war between Russia and Ukraine. Of course, we had those stories about 2-3 weeks in the beginning of full-scale invasion, and now we realize that this is full on, and this is gonna be a fight. Either it's total destruction of us or disintegration of that empire, and it's becoming ideally 89 countries, national countries. Greg, are you the same? Do you have the same opinion on this war ending only when Russia disintegrates as an empire?
Yeah, I have the same opinion, and it's really interesting you asked me that question, Rick, because sometimes when I do a stream with somebody, we'll kind of pre-talk it, and then other times we free flow it. And this one's free flowing, and we're just kind of meandering through the stream together, and it's beautiful. I was actually thinking about this morning, and it's really odd because I only tell truth, and I may make mistakes, and I always even try if we share stuff on our streams about like what's happening.
Yeah.
We always make sure we've got it validated with 3 sources before, because I knew Bakhmut fell before it fell. My guy was there. We just know. We know Marinka. We know all these places. So, but I never just start spewing information to spew it. I wait until it's confirmed and we can massage it. So I was actually thinking about this morning, and I started thinking about Germany, first of all. And I go back to World War II, and the world hated Germany. Everybody's fighting the Germans. Okay. Now, 80 years later, there is Germany, our friends. and Germany now supporting Ukraine, fighting against this Russian/Soviet invasion of a sovereign nation, Ukraine. And I say, well, isn't that interesting how time cycled? And I was just
Yeah.
thinking about that. So I begin to think about that for Russia, because I'm going to be honest and truthful. I have many wonderful friends inside Russia. I adopted a Russian girl. These people hate what they live under, hate it, and are trying to make changes in their country. So I don't want to have a blanket rule for me. Others can have a different view, but that's mine and it's personal. However, I would hope that there's a day in the future where Russia, just hear me out, guys, could be beneficial for society. It may be 100 years from now, but Rick, it's only going to happen when they are destroyed and rebuilt from the ground up.
Yeah.
I am a believer in this. If Vladimir Putin is taken out, this war will not only get worse, because there are worse people waiting to take his position and are in the wings already. So it's not, well, let's just go in and get Putin and it's over. No, it's not over.
Yeah.
There is an ingrained, entrenched system from the Soviet that was never washed out, never cleansed out. I've got friends that were in the Red Army, and they said, Greg, it's taken me decades to get this mindset out of my brain. I think like a Soviet. I think like a communist, and I don't want to. I hate it. And it's taken decades to wash it out. The same will take place in Russia. But if you're out there and you think, well, we just assassinate, oh, sorry, I can't say that. If we just take out the dictator, then this is over. Everybody will take their tanks and go home and play. Do not be that naive. Do not be that naive. This is a war where that empire needs to be destroyed.
Yes, man. Thank you very much. So we stand on this on the same ground with this. I see. Okay. Nils sent another 20 gifted memberships.
Nils,
thank you.
Rock.
Yeah. He does that every stream, like from, I would say, from 60 to 100. 20 by 20 by 20. Thank you so much.
Yes, now Navani's still missing, yes.
Who cares?
Well, yeah, but he's still missing.
Who cares if another Russian Nazi is missing, you know? Probably.
Well, Navani was actually trying to help, wasn't he?
Remember how in 2014 he was saying that Crimea is not a butterbrot to give it back to, it's not a sandwich to give it back to. He doesn't care about Ukraine. He cares about becoming the ruler of Russian Empire. That's what he cares about, man. If you didn't know, now you know. I know the context. I know his followers. I know what they stand for, how they operate. How they're just abusing people's emotions and all that. So, believe me, that guy won't be better than Putin.
He's on the 9th floor somewhere, probably. Getting ready to get...
yeah, probably below the ground.
Or sipping tea. Don't drink the tea. Don't drink the tea or sit near the balcony.
They can just, get the tea inside you in any way. But... I don't even know why Putin has to do that, to take him away before that campaign. Like, when there's no elections in Russia. It's just Putin versus Putin on those elections. We all know who wins.
Rick, you know that in the occupied territories that they are claiming theirs, and it's completely illegal, even though they've put it into their books. You know they have free and fair elections.
Well, okay. Those are gonna be free and fair, of course, maybe, but no fair election in Kremlin, you know?
Zero. No, there's no. Listen, you're right, buddy. They may have elections for 3 days, March 13th through 15th, but the decision's already made. That's easy.
That spectacle is just despicable, especially after everything that we've seen happening in Russia. And it's all just for those corrupt governments around the world who are being paid by Russia to, being broadcasted on their television, and we gotta fight that. And I would, by the way, definitely have a few recommendations of Ukrainians who speak English and who are very good at debunking Russian propaganda. For example, there is Anastasia Poroskeova. Do you know her?
No, I do not.
Ukrainian Anna. I will definitely.
Make a connection for me.
Yes, I will definitely connect you to. And she has to come to your stream and definitely to that TV show on Pakistani
Oh,
television.
absolutely, man. We'll make that
Yes,
happen.
because she is
But I
so
remember you told
energetic
me
and
you're the
powerful.
first that you're the first person to be invited.
Okay, thank
She's
you.
second.
Thank
Remember?
you. She's gonna be second. Yeah.
Yeah.
My rollers, they know that they know her and they know how good she is. By the way, do you know Hasanabi?
No.
He is the most famous and popular political reviewer, or how do you call them? Observer, reviewer. Okay,
Okay.
he's streaming
Yeah.
on Twitch, and he is working. His audience are mostly teenagers, and probably some people around their 20s. Okay, young people.
Sure.
And that
Twitch.
dude,
Twitch. Yeah.
yeah, that dude is a lefty and self-proclaimed socialist, communist, and all of that. But in fact, he's an American imperialist who who says that NATO expansion is much worse than, I quote him, than Russia just taking back its own territory, annexing its own territory. Can you imagine?
Okay, you need to send me that link because I got a really good friend. We'll just take his channel off the air.
That dude
I
is
got
very powerful
I got
in
good
terms of
Ukrainian friends.
what?
I got good Ukrainian friends that got power, man. Listen, I meant to say something else earlier, and I got so caught up in talking about Kherson. I need to go back and answer this.
Okay, let's
I
go.
told about the medical aid and
Mhm.
then that we run to the soldiers at the front, and we talked about some of the military supplies. But there's something else we do, and that's what I was trying. I knew there was something I needed to remember, and that is this. I was talking about the guys. The word I wanted was ingenuity, the ingenuity of Ukrainians.
Ah, yes.
So here's the deal. All these drones that were early used in the war, and even now, even though there are others that are being produced that are more set up for drone warfare, whether it's reconnaissance, night vision, FPV, dropping munitions, dropping grenades, all of these things, you have different classes doing different things. Well, early in the war, and even to this day, there are Ukrainian volunteers who are computer engineers, businessmen. I'm talking, these guys live all over the country, would never tell where they live because they're warriors.
Mhm.
And they use 3D printers and they build the devices that electronically hook to these drones and drop the grenades or do different tasks in connection with certain drones. These guys could be anywhere in Ukraine. I will not give any of their locations, but literally another thing that we do to help our military is we actually run those parts. So if we're taking aid to a certain region, their designer of the supplier and designer of the drone modifications may be located 700 kilometers away in who knows where. We go there. We pick up boxes of these 3D printed electronics, mechanisms, everything, and we take those to the guys and take them to drone groups. So it's people helping the military in ways that nobody in this world even knows. It's unbelievable, the Ukrainian spirit and heart.
Yeah.
It's cool, man.
That's lovely to hear. And
It is.
I
It's
know
so
about
fun.
some of those devices and methods, but I think definitely know more than I do.
Well, you're going to see them. I'm going to take you there.
Okay, thank you. Just
welcome.
making a quick pause to mention some donations. Suzanne Kniffen was sending $20 like about an hour ago, maybe even more. Thank you very much. It says your choice, Rick. Thank you. So, buy me a coffee. I have this. I usually am using this to as support platform for the channel. So when you buy me coffees, it usually goes to me because of course I'm donating my own money too, but I also need to become a full-time YouTuber sometime, and for that I need your coffees. And there's also a membership system there on Buy Me a Coffee, just like a Patreon. You can become a member on Buy Me a Coffee. So guys, if you ever consider to support my channel this way, go there, and there's going to be a member members tab or membership tab, and it's all there. You can become either a Stinger, Javelin, Bradley, Abrams, or HIMARS. We have tiers, and they are the weapons of our victory provided to us by the US. That's my way to say thank you. And just,
Rick,
how do you call it? Yeah.
I didn't want to interrupt your beautiful words there. And yeah, it's so important that, that the services that you're providing, telling the world the truth there directly from Kyiv and other places, and the help is that, when people do support you, it helps you do it even more, better, higher level, higher quality, and accomplish more. So I need 30 seconds. I have a problem. I locked my house because I'm live streaming with you, and I didn't want my kids to run up the stairs and be loud at the studio. And now my kids are locked out. So 30 seconds, I'm going to go let my family into my house. Okay, I've got to go to the border. Granica.
Okay, do it. We'll definitely wait for you. So, guys, another donation that was sent, $52.26 from Germany. Just let me enter and read the full comment out there, and who it is from. Logging in again into the PayPal. Yeah. Okay. So this from it's from the business. Should I say the name of the business? I would say it has the word fashion in it. From Germany for El Greco's rifle and optics, ASO. By the way, how ASO this abbreviation translates or deciphers. I have full confidence in the fighters from Ukraine and the medics, and let me, it is getting cut off by the PayPal, so now I'm entering my mail and reading it there. Okay, as always. Not from the first try. So, oh, that's a big message. Okay. I have full confidence in the fighters from Ukraine and the medics, and I'm proud of everyone. Equals every single one. They do what is necessary. Take care of yourselves. Health is the most important thing. Remove all intruders. Slava Ukraini. Heroям слава. Or should I say, Heroям слава. Okay, not gonna be screaming. I just screamed. Thank you very much for $52.26 donation. This will definitely help El Greco a lot. Okay, Buy Me a Coffee says someone bought 5 coffees. Thank you very much. Who that was? Let me check. 5 coffees from coffees for you specifically, mate. Don't forget to check Discord for chat questions for Greg. Yeah, guys, I remember about that, but this natural flow of our conversation, I didn't want to interrupt it, and I want to get to the questions, not to, at the moment where I'm not interrupting those amazing words Greg is saying. And when I'm saying something, I of course cannot ask the question because I need to finish my thoughts too. So Aha, you were listening to us, running around, right? Yeah, I see you have a earbud there, and how long the distance is?
I can wear it outside.
Really? Cool. So
Yeah,
is
about
it the Bluetooth or something else?
yeah, it's Bluetooth connecting to the system.
Nice. Okay, Greg,
That's the
you were
receiver.
saying,
Yeah.
you were saying that it will help me to do better and more, and that's how it works. Actually, people there in the community, they may confirm how I improved my quality and the the size of it and number of content posted and different things. So yeah, it is improving. That's how it works. The more I will be working on it, the more the more change it will bring. And this is just an exchange process, and that's how it works in this world.
Maybe I'll
I
speak
think.
it straight.
Yes.
You want straight?
Yeah, do it
Brayama?
straight.
Okay. Okay. This is easy. I am a believer in everybody getting the truth out, helping share reality. The more, the merrier.
Mhm.
But with that said, I have a disclaimer. If you are doing it just to have some viewers and make a little money, then you can go jump in the lake. But if you're trying to make a difference in Ukraine to help people, to help the military, to get the truth out, not to build yourself, but to work as a team to win a war, then that's who you need to support. That's what Rick's doing. That's what I do. That's what others do as well. You've got some out there, they just want to talk. Okay. But get behind people. And I see how, we're getting connected here. I've been with Johnny Pierce a few times and Dr. Gerdes and now we're starting a relationship. So that you can tell these groups that are doing grassroots efforts really making a difference. And that's who you want to support.
Yeah.
Just so off my soapbox.
Thank you, man. Because sometimes,
For example, let
yeah.
me be straight. Let me be
Uh-huh.
real straight.
Do it.
And I mean this politely, but if you're Ukrainian
Yeah.
and you're streaming about Ukraine and you left the country, I will never listen to you.
Yeah.
Zero. I have no desire to listen to you. I know you love your country and I know you care, but you left it.
Yep.
So you have no right to talk about my Ukraine when you left and you're sitting in Germany or you're sitting in London or you're sitting in California. Pazzaluimo papa. That's what I say to you.
Kiss my ass.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if you're going to stay in Kyiv and risk your life, if you're going to get on airplanes and run the front lines, if you're going to be sending aid, that's who I want to run with. I want to run with people that are willing to not only tell the truth, but to get involved in the truth, not look at it from a distance. Sorry, I had to say that.
To be honest, if I had a chance to leave country now or like since the beginning of full-scale invasion, I wouldn't do it. I was asking this question. I was asking myself this question on 24th, 25th, 26th of February and so on, and the answer was the same. I will stay until the end, either of my life or of Russian Empire. It's just so simple. And I realized
know everybody
many
doesn't
things
agree
about
with that.
those. Yeah.
And I'm not asking for people to agree with it. That's just, I believe in it that strongly. If everybody keeps leaving, we will not win.
Yeah. And a lot of people actually came back to Ukraine to defend.
Yes, they did.
it.
And I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, and I'm so happy to know some of them. And okay, also, my moderators will be killing me if I won't start asking questions from the Discord, which are being put from the chat there. So just let me start asking. Secai was the first today. Or was it Andrii Siromakha? It was Andreas Lack, yeah. Okay. So Andreas was asking, you seem to do so many things at the same time, so many projects, being on the ground and running a fantastic Ukraine channel at the same time. How do you do all that, Greg? What is your secret? Nice one.
The question was for me.
Yeah, of course not for me.
I'm reading the chat because it was, I love your chat, man.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I
I
just
love it too.
I love it. So ask me the question one more time. How are we doing so many projects?
No. Listen to it again.
Okay, one more time. Sorry, my
Yeah,
apologies. I'll stop reading the chat.
that happens with me also. I sometimes
Okay,
getting carried away by that chat
I was
because
carried away.
it is amazing.
I'm
you
focused.
you guys are amazing. Okay, so Greg,
They are.
you seem to do so many things at the same time. So many projects, being on the ground and running a fantastic Ukrainian channel at the same time. How do you do all that? What is your secret?
Great question. Priorities. That's my number one. Maybe priorities and passion.
Mhm.
And thirdly, I have an incredible support system that nobody knows about. I have a wonderful family who have been to Ukraine many, many times. And when I leave to go to Ukraine, especially since the war, I've spent over 3 years of my life inside Ukraine and never lived there permanently, but over 3 years of my life inside. And my family knows I'm going to very dangerous situations. They're not crying when I leave. They're high-fiving me and they say, "Dad, we're proud of you." My wife says, "Honey, I'm proud of you. This is what you were meant to do, and we support you." So that's number one. I'm not running around. My family goes, "Oh, we don't want you there. It's too dangerous. Come home, Dad." No, none of that. Um,
That's so inspiring.
Secondly, well, I'm answering the question truthfully. Secondly, if you can give me this, I have a really good team that's with us. So, this is my partner in our organization there, Yevgen Matsutsa from Napram.
Okay, just let me make it
Okay,
more
you do your thing.
visible. Can you enhance the quality? You told me you can do that because it's getting
Mm,
in
oh, I thought that was
pixels
vMix.
right now. I was on vMix. Okay, but we see him. We saw him on the stream with Fish on
Okay,
your
yeah,
channel.
it's good enough like that. Yeah, let me just go through it quickly. Just it's not for clarity, but let me just do this. Just so yeah, there's Zhenya,
Mm-hmm.
Napram. There's myself prior to me losing 50 pounds and getting ready for this time. Shelter is our um that's what we were working the first 18 months with refugees. We facilitated over 3,000 refugees coming from the front. This is our base church where we administrate all of the finances so that it is ethically perfect. The bookkeepers take care of it all. I don't take care of the donations. All that I do is get the report and we roll it there. So I have a team helping that. A part of my team is Volodymyr Zelensky. Yes, that's his real name, and he is a professional video producer, translation,
There's a
production.
small difference out there.
There is a small difference, but phonetically we're close enough. Okay,
Yes.
so like today, I call him Zolik. Okay, so Zolik today is working on some background documentation. Territory S, which is actually Territory Svet, a territory of light. It's our refugee camp where we run camps for kids. This is all a part of our network. I'm in a partnership with PTZ Optics, and that's where I get my cameras from. Stephen Haywood is a broadcast engineer who helps me. And I have another guy, Brian Heckman, Information Technology. So what I can tell your people is everybody on this page cares about victory for Ukraine, and they work tirelessly for it. So that's how I do it. My family supports, and I have a team.
Amazing.
Mhm.
Just a second. Putting you back to
Thank you.
the normal size. I mean, your screen. Okay, so this is awesome. and priorities, I think, do you live like by the schedule, by the time management, all that? Is it efficient in your life?
No, I'm terrible,
Same. High five, bro.
brother. I'm terrible.
I'm
Okay, so
terrible.
here's what I do. I am I'm 100 or nothing. This is what my wife calls me. Greg, you're either 100 or nothing. And I said, yeah, that's how I live. So for Ukraine, for taking care of my family, for supporting the truth, I'm all in 100,000,000%. And I do have a schedule, of course. I'm streaming Monday nights, Wednesday nights, and Friday nights at 9 o'clock Eastern. That is as you know, it's quite a job
Yeah.
in preparation of the information, the translations. We do a lot of voiceovers.
Agreements, all the.
We do yes, interviews. We do a lot of voiceovers. So I want to get that stuff translated. So all of that's in the pipeline and it's being worked on. So Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, they're very long, difficult days. So now once I get into Ukraine in 3 weeks, it'll be different. I'll be streaming every day because I'm there.
Mhm.
And we'll be uploading and live streaming every day, trying to get the truth out as hard and as fast as possible. So no, I'm a 100 or nothing, but no, I'm not the best time manager.
Same, man. And I actually
You're
don't
Ukrainian.
want to force myself. Yeah.
I know.
I don't want to force myself. Never. Like they try to tell us, those coaches, that this is so important. You must calculate everything. You must have a discipline. Fuck that. Come on. Let me just relax and live my life. Because
Let me do it. Let me do it my way.
yeah, let me do it my way, and my way is working.
It's working.
We're having yeah, this community was building up, not just by me. I would say I was just the starter, the trigger. It is building itself at some point. It started building itself, and this community is growing. This community is just reaching some new heights in terms of supporting the armed forces of Ukraine.
Mhm.
And I am so blessed to have this community and be its leader, right? I am not humble in that. I'm the leader of this community, and I'm proud to be a leader, guys. I am really blessed to have you, and I am just happy that we have reached this in just a year. I started to work on those dubs who brought me more viewers, and that's when everything started changing, because I started streaming on it was May 2022. So like for the first 6 to 7 months we had no people on the channel, like not many. We had some people. We had a few people who were constantly coming to the stream and watching, and but I was still doing that. I wanted to do it even for 1 or 2 people. It already could change something, because if you know the phrase that if you help just to save one life, you lived your life for you didn't live it in vain, or something like that. Do you remember the phrase?
Yeah. You know what? I want to encourage you one other way. Forget the phrase.
I didn't. No, I didn't finish it. I just wanted to, to thank you guys for becoming the rollers, for also, meeting me with all those other amazing YouTubers like Greg also. This was a life-changing year for me, and in a good way. I finally have found my purpose. I finally am making some change, a good change for my country, by helping the armed forces, by also spreading the word about Russian prisoners of war, because I am still dedicated to continue dubbing those, because this is so important to see them for who they are, to listen to them, how they live, how they think, what is their mindset and way of living. This is all so very important. And when I'm taking the vacation from my job from 26th of December, I will start working on the next dub, guys. And in the beginning of the next year, this is gonna be a dub, yeah, coming definitely. The beginning of January, this next dub will be posted. It is going to be a funny one also. That's the one where Apostle was born. Are you watching those?
Yes, I've actually went and watched your interviews with the soldiers.
So
or
Apostle,
the dubs. Oh, fantastic.
Thanks, man. So Apostle is the Dmytro Karpenko. On one of the interviews, he called a Russian's wife, and she was one of those women who are, I don't know, but they are. I didn't see any Ukrainian woman like that. They are only Russians. They're like terrible. They are corrosive, and she started yelling at him. She started saying, "А вы что, Apostle?" And she called him Apostle. And from that moment, he started calling himself an apostle. Yeah, they created a channel that is called Dmytro Karpenko the Apostle, or Apostle Dmytro, and he was just started making fun out of occupiers, saying like, "I know it for sure. I'm an apostle." This is if I could translate each of those interviews, I would working only on that, but it's really hard and time consuming, and you need a team for it. Ideally, you need a team.
It's brutal.
Yeah,
it's brutal.
If you can help me finding some volunteers who are willing to help me with subtitles, would be amazing. They should be Ukrainians, though.
Okay, listen. Конечно. When I get there, I'll be in Kyiv very early January, because I'll cross into Ukraine. I'll fly into Warsaw, and probably cross Ravaruska, and get into Khmelnytsky. We'll set up, and I'll be heading to Kyiv. So early January, I'll be getting with you. You'll meet Zhenya, my guy, and we'll build some serious relationships to help.
Thank you. Because I was dreaming since the beginning of this year. I was dreaming to build up a team, but having a job, it's really hard because I don't have enough time and energy to focus on it, But the channel is growing, and YouTube and Buy Me a Coffee are both giving me some money, probably in, let's say, half a year, to be able to focus on this and probably quit my job. This is an ambitious plan, but I also, want to make it safe. Like, I want to save up some money to be able to dive into this risky profession, because here when you depend on those memberships, it might be gone if, for example, my channel will be blocked, right? And all of that. So I'm just working on that. And this is why it is just a process, and I'm already like halfway there, I think. It is gonna be happening next year. So there's my actually new year. It's too early, I know. How is it? A statement or
New Year resolution?
Resolution, yes, New Year resolution, guys. To become a full-time roller. Here it is, next year.
So you're just describing that you were 100 or nothing. So that's exactly what we are. 100 or nothing. So we're gonna make it happen. Now let me say this to you, and we'll stop being all gushy. But I just believe in this and been working very hard. So day one of the war, when COVID hit here in the United States, we were all locked down. I couldn't travel any. Pennsylvania was pretty closed. I started doing live streams, just talking to people. And this goes back to really late 2019, then into 2020, of course, with COVID. And I was actually live with Zhenya the moment the first missile struck. and we were doing a live stream, and we were just talking about the Russian buildup. And then right in the middle of the stream, it was, we just got hit with a missile. I said, what? We just got hit. Ukraine got hit with a missile. And I said, okay, we're here, bud. We're here until victory. We're here. And this is what's going on. Now, we actually were watching it and streaming it live right as it was unfolding. And then after the stream, Zhenya and I were talking. We said, okay, this will be, and I told him, I said, okay, we're going to stream every day and tell people what's going on. And we talked after the stream, thought it would be 7 to 10 days, and then Putin would take his tanks home. Boy, how wrong were we? So wrong. Now we are here at day 662.
Yeah.
662. And so faithfulness is good and commitment is good. And I can tell you that now your good work is affecting me. You see how that works? Because now some of your people are going, okay, where did this clown come from? I never heard him before, but I want to hear more of what he says. Okay, so I'm appreciative of that, and I hope the same thing happens for you. And then, even like Johnny Pierce, the dude is a great guy.
Yeah,
I love Johnny, and he cares so much, and he's brilliant. So you see all of these things kind of coming to a pinnacle where people that need to be connected, or it's starting to happen. So I tell you thanks as well, Rick.
Thank you. And yeah, that's how it works. So yeah, guys, there you heard my New Year's resolution, and I gotta go back to questions because time is ticking.
Yes, you get in trouble.
And yeah, by the way, Greg, what time do you still have for us?
Do koniec. Как хочешь.
Oh, I usually do them for 4 to 5 hours. So if you have 2 more hours, you can stay with us for 2 more hours. Do końca, yes.
Do końca.
Until the victory against these.
Till the end.
These fundraisers. The victory over these fundraisers.
No, I'm good right now. I'll stay longer. Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm loving this, man.
Me either. By the way, is it either or either for you?
It depends on which region you're from here in the U.S., but I say either.
Either. That's what I was asking. Yeah. So you're from Louisiana, you were saying?
No, I'm originally from Virginia. I live now in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
I went to college in Georgia. I lived in California for 10 years, lived in Arizona for 3 years.
Too many names of states, man. It got mixed up in my mind.
Yeah.
But
so I'm
you
all
live
mixed up, man.
in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Got it. Okay. Pennsylvania state.
Yes.
Good.
Western Pennsylvania.
Got it. Okay, thank you. So, next question was from Secai. Rick, do you want to look for the Q&A option on YouTube Studio Desktop for this stream? Okay, let's do this. Where should I go? Participants and feedback, timestamps. I don't see it in here, but go to YouTube Live Dashboard, probably there. Okay, Greg, we gotta take a minute for this because I was trying to do that yesterday from mobile and I wasn't able to.
Do your thing.
Do I think? Do you think? I thought you said.
Do your thing.
Do you think? Do your thing. Yeah.
Do your thing.
Doing it? Okay. So, where should I go? Secai, tell me in the chat there. Secai. And also I gotta go pee. So, Greg, you probably answered the question, which is gonna be for you. So, where's the question for you? I'm looking for it. Okay. Question for El Greco. Okay. From Secai. Greg seems very well informed. Does he know of good methods of influence in public opinion and political support to Ukraine in Hungary and Slovakia? Amazing question. Greg, I'm sorry, but I will have to go pee or I will explode. So you answer that question? You heard the question,
I
right?
can answer. Yes, I did. So, yeah, that's actually a great question. So, I want to show you this pin right here. So, you see that pin? Okay. I received that pin at the US Capitol building. I was invited there um, by the Ukrainian ambassador, and I was invited there due to some of my relationships with Ukrainian deputies who live in Ukraine. So there was a meeting happening early this fall that was very closed. There were some US senators, there were US House of Representative members, there were some higher ranking Ukrainian military, there was the ambassador from Ukraine. Um, there were some key media organizations that are pro-Ukrainian supporting it, that are American journalists, not journalists, American executives in journalism that support Ukraine and trying to figure out a way to get the truth out. So we were at that meeting, and I was invited there because of my relationships, but also because I was one of the few Americans that had been on all of the front lines, was able to speak Russian to the military and to the soldiers, and also, of course, speak English. So we were just talking about my experiences there. That's when it was my turn to talk. But here's that long story to tell you this. There were also about 6 international delegations at that meeting. And interesting, but there were parliamentary members from Hungary, and there were representatives from Slovakia. And they were also at this meeting for the same reason, trying to discover the way to inform Hungarians, Slovakians, and others about the false narrative of the Russian propaganda. So I don't know what the end result will be, but I can tell you that behind the scenes, there are tremendous efforts being made to counteract the Russian propaganda and to get out the truth. Now, I will also tell you guys this because you don't know me. A lot of you don't. In that meeting, and I have it on my YouTube channel, it's probably mid-September, so 90 days or so ago. I Greg, are you learning Ukrainian too? I can speak a little Ukrainian, but I get in trouble with it. So really, I'm trying to mix Russian and Ukrainian. I'm doing the best I can, but they're graceful for me. But so at that meeting, one of the House of Representatives members, her name is Victoria Spartz, and she's actually the House rep out of Indianapolis, Indiana. She is a native Ukrainian who immigrated to the United States, and she's now a House of Representatives member. Very passionate, wonderful lady. And she basically told that closed group, she goes, okay, I hear all of this. Thank you for being here. And she's very direct. And I have it on my channel. You can go watch it at your leisure. But I asked her, I said, Victoria, can I post this? And we became friends and took pictures, and she goes, yeah, please do that, and call me if you have any problems. Or it's like the Mercado got taken off YouTube. I'm sending that to Victoria Spartz because we cannot have the pro-Ukrainians getting taken off YouTube. That's stupid. But so Spartz rocks, and we're sitting there in the meeting. She goes, okay, we've heard all this for 3-4 hours. Now I'm going to tell you the truth. I work on the congressional floor. I am a House of Representatives member from Indianapolis. And she goes, House of Representative members in the United States, basically all they do is campaign because we're elected on 2-year terms. And once you're elected, you start campaigning again. So actually, the House gets very little done due to our horrible election process. And then she started talking about senators having 6-year terms. But this is the point she was getting to. She said, I'm telling you right now, I grew up in Ukraine. I am an American citizen. I'm a House of Representatives member. There are a number of bills that come on the floor that we are to vote on that were not written by Americans. They were not written by American politicians. They were not written even by lobbyist groups. They were written by Russian propaganda. I know Russian propaganda, and I see the influence it has in the Capitol and in our government, and I scream it on the House floor. This is propaganda. This is propaganda. This is propaganda. This is not the American way. I know this stuff. I lived in the Soviet Union. This is propaganda. And she goes, most of it's coming through sources that are directly connected right back to the Kremlin. So those were the meetings we were having there in DC. But to answer that question, I can tell you everybody's looking for ways to get the truth out from our government, from our elected officials that know the truth. Even those Hungarians and Slovakians that were in that meeting, they go, we're fighting an uphill battle, but there are many Hungarians that stand for Ukraine. It's hard to beat against that propaganda wall. So there you have it, Rick. I think I answered it.
Yeah, thank you very much. 5 coffees from Sumac trying to make donations, but Monobank and PayPal not working for me. Okay, these $5 will be withdrawn on Wednesday. That's when you can withdraw money from Buy Me a Coffee, and will be sent to the jar on the next stream, as we will do today with the funds from Buy Me a Coffee from the previous stream. This is the way. Okay, so I wanted to tell you that here in Ukraine, Victoria Sparks, when she was coming last year, she made a lot of noise because she was trying to help us, she was talking about corruption in Ukraine, right? Was she?
Mhm.
I think. But she was
Yes.
doing that to help us. And I think the office of our president was not very kind to her after that. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. But I can tell you, I mean, we were there. I was sitting right beside her. She's fighting for Ukraine, and,
Yeah.
and she's an honorable person, and she's really fighting. How can I say it properly? She's fighting for Ukraine for the long game. And that means they're going to stand as a sovereign nation with their proper borders and not be under that regime. And it's not a one-day fix. This is not a one-day fix. You said today at the beginning of the stream, I was listening to you while I was eating a few eggs, trying to stay healthy.
Mhm.
And I heard you say, this war's going into 2024, going into 2025. I just don't want it to be a decade. You said
Mhm.
something similar to
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
and that's the truth. And I saw somebody in the chat talking about America needs to get its house in order. I think it was Mitch Ashdown, if I remember correctly. Sir, you're 1,000,000% correct. Guys, I can talk about my own country. Okay. We couldn't even elect a speaker of the House for weeks. Our country right now, and if there are Americans in here, they'll understand, is just extremely divided. And when you're divided, it's hard to have solidarity behind a movement.
Yeah.
It's extremely difficult. And no, my wife is not Russian. My wife is an American redneck from Virginia. Your chat, man. I love your chat.
Yeah. By the way, we need a good PayPal tube directly to Rick. A low fee. Does one exist? I only have in Ukraine. We have a limited PayPal, so there's no donation link. I created one, but when people were trying to send me money, they were just receiving the message that it is prohibited. It's such a bullshit that PayPal treats Ukraine that way, because before the full-scale invasion, we weren't able even to receive funds. We could only pay from PayPal. We were connecting the card to it, and we didn't even we weren't able to have an account like the bank account on PayPal. It was just our Ukrainian bank card linked to PayPal, so we will send money through PayPal from our cards. That's how harsh it was. And now it's a bit better. At least we receive funds, and we can send funds. No, we received them without commission. We send it. Okay, so we have some bonuses, but we still cannot receive donations. We cannot create donation links. We cannot connect. Sorry, we cannot create the business account here in Ukraine, the PayPal business account. So that's the problem. And guys, you can only send it to my mail. It's rickcarl1842 at gmail.com. Rick Carl is actually the name from my previous life, which was simply a combination of two characters. You remember those? If you know them. Rick and Carl.
No.
I would. Oh, so it's just. Do you remember them now?
Yes.
So who was the son of who? No? Is it
Carl was the son of Rick.
Yeah, that's right. So my second name in that mail is Rick's son. Yeah, not me, because I don't have a son. But Greg, that my real name is Rick. Actually, did you know that? Do you know why?
I did not. No.
Do you know the short version of Yaroslav?
No, I do not.
It's Yarik.
Slavic?
Yarik.
Oh, Yarik. Okay, Rick. Got it.
Yeah. So
Yarik.
You just take Ya out, and that's Rick.
Beautiful. I got you now.
Yeah, I didn't even need to.
Yeah, I have some Yaroslav friends.
Make up the name. You can call them Ricks now, also.
Exactly. I'm gonna call him Rick.
Okay.
It's like my buddy Yevgen. We a lot of people here in the U.S. just they cannot say it right because his nick is Zhenya or Zheka, and they go Zena. I said, just call him Eugene. So it's Eugene.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
When you know who Zina is in Ukrainian or Russian, it's Zinaida.
No.
There's name. There's a female name, Zinaida, and they shorted for Zina. And when you say they call Zhenya as Zina, I imagine some Teta Zina.
Yeah.
That's just ridiculous.
They just struggle with these pronunciations sometimes.
Yeah, Zinaida is very unpopular these days. I never heard any Ukrainians calling their kids Zina or Zinaida.
Yeah.
But it was pretty much spread in Soviet Union. So for me, it's just a Soviet Union lady, not the young one, not the good-looking one, probably, because Soviet women were living in hard conditions. Babaklava, yeah, something like that. No, guys, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. There were a lot of beautiful Soviet women too. I'm just joking. That's it. And yeah, I guess I protected my ass a bit there because I was going on the edge there. Really. I'm just
100 or nothing.
Kidding. Yeah. Sometimes. Okay, so the donation.
Your English is great as well. So, by the way.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I was always loving the language, and I was always eager to repeat some phrases of my, beloved characters from movies and TV shows, and I was just going around and mumbling it. Repeating, and that's where I get pronunciation, a better one from, and sometimes
that's what I do. I actually I learned watching old Soviet movies, Operatsy Brilliant Ruka, all of those, and learning, equally London is the capital of Great Britain. I tried to learn everything the right way early in the days. So I'm giving him culture here. That's why he's laughing.
So, Tracy Oceanfire 777 sent $25 for El Greco. Thank you very much. That's awesome. The last donation I got. And guys, what do we have at the moment? $2,851.23. It's almost $3,000 in these two streams. We are, if we actually get 150 more, we will get to 3,000, and it will be an amazing result. Not the record, because Bjorn once made it 5,500 or something, or six, just in 1 week. But not just him. There was a team effort. He just boosted it up in a few thousand. But this time we can actually get close to that. But we're already close to that with 2,800. And I was a salesman
Awesome.
back in the days, so you see, I'm always trying to squeeze a bit more of a deal. So yeah, just
Do you publicly tell your age?
yeah, I'm 32.
32. Okay.
Yeah, I
32.
was. I should stop talking about that and start asking you questions from the people. Okay, let's go up there in the list and. The question for me was comment about kids made me think of women who are pregnant at the moment in Ukraine. It must be worrying for them. Yeah, it is. But I think people in Ukraine are getting used to live in all of this. Of course, they are scared, but I would say they live even more, like fully live. There's a difference between existence and living, and these hard conditions, they make us more efficient, more conscious, more emotional, and that means more wholesome. And I think that's what happened to most of the Ukrainians. And this is a different quality of emotional, moral life for many people here in Ukraine. I would tell you, because it is for me, and I see how it is for my friends. Of course, I live in a bubble of conscious people who are volunteers, who are constantly donating and worrying about all of this, about war, about invasion, and us surviving. But I am sure that there are many other bubbles where people are also like that. So, because that's how it works. In hard conditions, people are becoming more efficient, more effective, and more productive. Can you agree with
I
that?
would say it this way, or not only agree with it, there's a difference between surviving and thriving. And nobody wants to talk about, well, I'm thriving in a war. Um, because it's very difficult to understand that. But that is a reflection of Ukrainian character. And of course, when we speak about things like this, it's never 100%. Okay. There are always, uh,
Yeah.
you know,
Some other
differences.
people.
But as a general rule, the overwhelming majority of Ukrainians, and I've been in every oblast since the war started, everyone from west to east, from north to south. And the overwhelming majority of Ukrainians live in a way where they're seizing the day to do the best they can for their nation. And I would question, I would question, I'm just going to be honest with you, Rick. I would really question, if I'll talk about only my country, if some Americans, if they were facing similar situations, would have the same response. And I really do not think so. I think it would be extremely difficult on Americans to react the way the Ukrainian heroes are in this situation. I try to explain to people, Rick, and I know over the last week or so, 10 days, Kyiv has really been under bombardment with shaheeds and rockets. And there in my home region, Khmelnytsky, it's quite often the air alarms due to the air base being there. But when you're on the front, those front regions, whether it be the Kharkiv Oblast or Sumy, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, Kherson, even Mykolaiv, any of those border regions to the front lines, I can't even explain to you guys how difficult it is to live under air alarm for 12 hours a day, which happens in many of those
Yeah.
places. I can't explain to you that when we have went in and delivered aid to frontline villages that were occupied And our organization is the first one to get there by sheer luck, to be quite honest. We were there close when it was liberated, and then the call for help comes. These people didn't even have bread, and you couldn't get to them. We had to take our four-wheel drive truck and drive across fields and pontoon bridges to even get to these remote villages. And we get there, and there's 100 people that are left, and every home is destroyed. It's terrible, and they're still smiling. And they haven't had electricity for 8 months, and the Russian soldiers were there abusing girls and all of these things, and they're still smiling. I'm like, this is unbelievable. This is what the world needs to see. These are heroes. So I've seen that, honestly, Rick, thousands of times with people in the fronts.
For long, because
I know what Ukrainians are like. They're heroes.
Yeah, man. What do you think it will be? It could be in US by your observation, like 50-50 or more?
For and against?
Yeah, like not. You were talking about. You think this won't be like everyone will be acting like Ukrainians. How many of Americans could be acting just like us?
I would hope it would be a number that would grow. But I think if we had to deal with the Ukrainian life in America, a lot of our younger generation, not all, okay, we've got some good people, and a lot of good people in here. And I love America. You see my American flag behind me. Yeah, za Ameriki. I'm for America. I love my country. I bleed red, white, and blue, and I bleed blue and yellow. Okay, that's where I'm at right now. I would hope that number would grow quickly as the pressure came, but initially, it would be a tremendous shock to the American people, American culture. And I think initially people would really struggle with it, a lot of people. But then hopefully a resolve would come, and they would grow stronger. As much like, you said even about yourself. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said very clearly, I'm always been pro-Ukraine. I love my country. I'm Ukrainian. I'm anti-Russia. But as the war started, I started to change.
Yeah.
And become, I've got to do more. I've got to do more. I think the same thing would happen in our country or any other nation that would go through what you guys are going through. So my point being this, I would hope that Americans or any other nations, if you had to experience what Ukrainians are experiencing, would respond the way Ukrainians are responding.
Okay, that's a good answer. I found, thanks to Secai, he sent me a screenshot how to start Q&A. Greg, maybe you have some question in your mind that you would like people to answer there in a chat through Q&A. I will use it for the first time. I don't know how it's
well, I've
being
never
used.
experienced it either, so I'm looking forward to seeing what you're getting ready to do.
Okay, so we just need a question. Would you be acting like Ukrainian if your country is getting invaded? What do you think?
Yeah, would you be acting? There you go.
Acting.
Okay, I see. I've got some good Americans in here telling the deep truth. You guys are right. 70-30. So
A 72, like in a bad way, or what do you think?
Yeah, for sure,
Oh,
for sure.
shit.
I think that's what he was saying. Honestly, man, yeah, I'm trying to be kind to my own country. It would be a challenge. I'll tell you this as well. So since September, okay,
Uh-huh.
while you're working, you can just listen. Since September, this has been my schedule. I've been in Maine, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, California, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, California, Pennsylvania, California, back to Pennsylvania. So I've been all over this country for the last 3 months. I personally feel, this is my personal opinion, that 50% of Americans are for Ukraine. 50%. And I believe that it's not 50% are against Ukraine. Okay. And it's not that they are for Russia.
Mm-hmm.
They're just lost. They're lost in the propaganda. They're lost in the American politics. They're lost in all the news. They're lost in all the conspiracy theories. But there is a good population that is for Ukraine, and another section of that population that is lost, to be quite honest. So those are also some of the reasons that I say, if you're lost trying to figure out a war that is on the other side of the world, when it is completely obvious that a sovereign nation with legal right was invaded and their territory stolen from them in the name of righteousness and goodness and saving the world, then if that's your viewpoint, then there's no way you would be able to stand if you were being invaded. You would fall, you would crumble like a cookie. So
Mm-hmm.
that's some of my logic for saying that it would be a challenge. You know, if you're struggling to understand the war over there, how are you going to understand it if it was in your nation? I mean, it's
Uh,
simple.
you know, I would say the opposite. I think it is much easier to understand it when it's in your country. So it might not be that bad, man. I think many Americans
Fair enough.
would realize a lot of things because I know a lot of Ukrainians who changed their mind totally when Russia invaded us fully, like uh, full scale. And the same will happen to many Americans. Believe me, things will become really clear for them. Oh, will become? Am I saying that it's
You're doing
like
perfect.
it's?
You know, and to be honest with you, listen, I love it. That's actually real. It's really good comment. I agree with you actually hearing it that way. I really do.
Yeah, I think
I've seen my own friends and I consider family members in Ukraine change their viewpoints
yeah. So
instantly, to be quite honest. So yeah,
guys,
it's possible. I just know right now Americans struggle to think for themselves. Some, I need to be very clear. Some struggle to think for themselves, and they believe the bill of goods that they're sold.
yeah. And I just
But I guess
wanted
that's all nations.
Yeah, and it's just I think we have a common ground in here. Once any nation is getting invaded, they feel it for themselves, and they will
Mhm.
probably understand everything and understand what's right and who's wrong in this situation. Of course, we still have some
That's
percentage of Ukrainians. I would say roughly from 5 to 10% who are still pro-Russian, and we should not deny that. And we call them
mhm,
žduny, and you know
mhm,
that word.
mhm.
And we just we will just um, what's the word? Assume that 5 to 10% of Americans might want their country to be invaded. They might want to become
But
slaves, but not more. I think the statistics should be the same for any country because it's just natural how people react, and most of the people will react uh, negatively on the invasion and will fight for their
there
country.
is, since we're we're talking here for a second on really an interesting topic. There is a difference though, and
Hmm.
I see some of the people in the chat um, talking like it. I saw it's going so fast. I'm trying to read it,
Yeah,
but it said
same.
it would be a bad idea to invade Oklahoma. Whoever made that comment, you're exactly right. You see, there you have to understand.
Uh-huh.
And maybe I'll help you. Um, y- y- it would be such a mistake for an enemy to come into America because we're armed
Yeah,
civilians.
yeah. And you
And
know how to use those
okay,
guns.
very well.
Yeah,
And if we're being attacked, then that patriotism would rise up,
yeah,
much like after 9/11 when we were attacked there in New York City and Washington D.C. And I got news for you. The rednecks in America would rise up, and it would be bad news for anybody coming in.
yeah.
I, let me just be honest with you. And if I knew we wouldn't get taken off the air, I'd show it, but I will not. You just have to take my word for it. Within 10 feet of me right now are 5 pistols, a combat shotgun, 2 ARs, and over 10,000 rounds of ammunition. I am just one example of a typical redneck American. And it's not because I love them and all this. I just have them. That's what we do for generations. We shoot them and have
That's a
fun. I go
tradition.
hunting. I do all. It's tradition, and literally, it's very close to me. So it's yeah. Everybody know there's more bullets than be counted in America. I mean, it's shocking. And the thing is, Rick, I know it's hard to understand, but not all. But if you were to go home by home by home by home, it would be surprising the amount of good, safe gun owners. And that doesn't mean they're conservative or, maybe a liberal, even both left and right. They like their guns and shooting them. Not all. I'm not giving a blanket statement, but it would surprise you. It would be a very bad idea to invade America.
Yeah.
Very bad.
Yeah.
So
I totally agree.
It's one of the struggles. If you remember early in the war, when Russia was coming in and all these ingenious Ukrainians were inventing these weapons, potato launchers with gas in it to shoot Molotov cocktails. I know it's sad, but at the same time, it's incredible. They were defending their homes, defending their homeland, defending their villages, shooting Molotov cocktails at tanks. Could you imagine the difference if civilians, this goes into a whole different world, but had a little bit more resources to protect their own homes? Things may have been different. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just...
No, I think definitely things would have been different, and we have seen it. We have already seen it in Sumy region and Chernihiv region and Kyiv Oblast. People were rising up like informally. They weren't part of the defense forces of Ukraine. There were bands who were fighting against Russians, man. I heard stories from soldiers how they were fighting some Russian platoon or regiment out there, and some random guys dressed up like goons were coming out of the forest and shooting Russians from their rifles. This was happening in Ukraine in the first days of war, and this we actually have seen it already. And in America, I think it would be X5 or X10 more such formations, and it would be just, man. This is why no one will ever invade U.S. Let's be honest. First of all, U.S. has the biggest army, the strongest army, the most advanced army in the world, and this is actually the prevention measure. The bigger army you have, the less chances someone will want to invade you. Even China, who is trying to multiply their army, they won't do it because they I don't know. That's my opinion. What do you think about it?
Well, not only the army, but we also have an advantage geographically. So, you're being invaded by your neighbor who at the border is 1 centimeter from you. We have wonderful neighbors here. I love Canada. I do not live far from Canada. I love Canada, love Canadians. And my daughter studied for a year in Mexico learning Spanish. And I know we have problems on our borders and all that jazz, but there's wonderful Mexican people that love America. Forget the cartels and the border and all that mess. Okay. But there's still, our number one thing is make sure Russia doesn't put a base in Cuba. So, I mean, that's what's going to happen. Bahamas going to invade us. It's just, we're on the other side of the planet from all of the chaos.
Yeah. That's your advantage. That's your third advantage. Well, first is the strong army. Second is that you are far away from any enemy. And can you imagine how big the fleet or the air fleet of Chinese should be to invade your country? This is just unimaginable. I think it's hundreds of thousands of ships and planes to have forces big enough.
Good luck.
To yeah. It's just luck. You're lucky, man. Lucky to have.
Rick, but listen here. Okay, now let's take it back to the Russia-Ukraine war. This is the exact argument, though, that Vladimir Putin uses for his invasion. because, and if you go back 2 days ago or 3 days ago when he was doing his end of the year questions, okay, and he
So
sits
cool.
down and he answers I was translating a lot of that for our guys to see. He's talking about Russia, China, the new wave of the future, and mobilization and all of this stuff. But one of his reoccurring themes was, people just don't understand. We just want to be left alone. It's America that's out, pushing NATO to our borders and talking about bringing Ukraine here and there. And it's America, the one coming to us. We're not putting military in the Canadian border. So you have to understand, this is why we're pushing back. So that we are separated on the other side of the world, but at the same time, that can feed his argument. And it doesn't make it a right argument, but it's going to feed him saying, well, why do you have a base in Germany? Why do you have a base in Finland? Why do you have a base there? Why do you want to have Ukraine in NATO?
Well,
Why
to
do you want this and this?
to protect
Go
those
back to your
peoples
country.
from your country.
Well, you and I know that
Yes.
100%. But that's his projected reasoning.
And
Let's put it
he's
that way.
living in his own reality. Some crazy.
He is a legend in his own mind.
Reality, yeah, he is. He is the Alexander Nevsky, or who else? Lenin, yes, and Stalin. No. What? Lenin was.
Stalin.
Yeah, Lenin was stupid in his opinion. He created Ukraine. How could he? Lenin created Ukraine. You remember that stupid narrative that he was saying? But Stalin is his role model. Have you seen Stalin walking on those old videos where Stalin is walking? That
Yes.
Putin's hand, that is just, how do you call this? That is not making
Elbow.
no. So the elbow doesn't move. The whole hand move. It doesn't make an
Straight
angle.
arm movement. Straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the straight. I saw the picture. So he's just posing Stalin. I think.
Of course.
So the dude.
There's so many similarities.
Yeah,
I
that was a
did a lot
great
of studying,
question.
to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Okay, kick it.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Okay.
From Bjorn. Sorry, man, that I'm interrupting you, but I will forget to ask it.
Okay.
If a NATO member were attacked by Orkland, NATO weapons would also be used inside Orkland. Ukraine is weirdly not allowed to use NATO weapons striking Orkland territory. Yeah, this leads us to that we Ukrainians think that US and Europe together, let's say, I think only US is telling us not to use some weapons. Europe is not telling us that, right? On Russian territory.
Well, the U.S. I can tell you the U.S. did. In fact, they limited the range.
Yes, I know.
Of like the
But I don't know
ATACMS
such cases with Europe.
But I'm just saying I've only heard it from the U.S.
Okay.
I haven't heard it from Schultz. I haven't heard it from Great Britain.
Same. Schultz is just not giving us Taurus. He's not giving it and saying don't use it in Russia. He's
Taurus
just
isn't coming.
Not giving it to us because he's so scared of escalation. Oh my God.
No question.
Yes. Okay. So I wanted to say that this leads us to the point where we Ukrainians think, and I think it's most likely, that Biden and his administration, they don't want us to win this war. They want us to just hold on, not to hold on, to hold, right? To not let Russia win, and to not defeat Russia at the same time. Because they think if Russia will be defeated, then the dark times for the world will begin, probably with nuclear weapons getting into the hands of some thugs and, those bandit formations. But Russia itself is a terrorist state and terrorist formation. And for me, it's not going to be... I think even if it will happen, nuclear weapons won't be used. But we Ukrainians know, and you, Greg, know that there's no other way. It's just a matter of time when we defeat Russia, I think. It could be hard, and even harder to us in the next year. I think 2024 might be the hardest one yet we have seen. And this is why I still haven't talked about FPV for Christmas, flash mob that I've started. You've probably heard of it before.
I did.
Because you're also a roller already. You're coming to my streams and listening there
I'm a roller.
and shedding. Yes. So I just wanted to say and wanted to talk about it once again. For the people who probably still don't know about it, they're in the chat or will be watching and recording and still don't know about it. And anyway, if you still know it, if you already know about it, oh my god, I'm starting to get tired. You see, some constructions are getting strange. And I wanted to say that, guys, initiative is simple. Me and my wife, we started it. We agreed to choose a present for each other, and instead of buying the present, spend this money on donation for FPV drones. Because we don't have enough shells at the moment at the front line, and the only thing that could stop Russian advancement, Russian offensive, is FPV drones. And they are a game-changing weapon that Russians are unfortunately multiplying production of, and they're just starting to dominate. It's the first time in this war, first time in 2 years, when they provide technology for their army which is newer and better than ours. This is the night FPV drones, and they started the mass production of those. We have a few samples already, but our production is much smaller than the production on Russian side. And if they succeed in that and really will be faster than us to produce more of them, they will totally destroy our logistics also in the night. Everything is happening in the night right now because FPV drones stopped all the logistics during the day, almost stopped it. You know, in the few last months, like 3 or 4 months, war changed significantly. It all turned into the night war, probably a bit earlier, but completely turned into the night war lately. And Russians have started to show videos how they are killing our soldiers in the night with FPV drones, and there are becoming more and more of those videos. So please join this flash mob. Please use hashtag FPV for Christmas. You can, but you need to agree with those people before you gift them a donation, because they might be disappointed if they wanted a present for Christmas. This must be an agreement. Do that, please. This will give us a chance to have another Christmas. I think in 2024 we'll have one, because even if situation won't change in our favor right now, if we won't break it, it's all in our hands, because our government is not doing enough right now, and it's slow. It's a slow machine in democratic countries. It is not that fast to break the situation. But Russians, they are not a democratic country. They are a regime. It's a totalitarian regime, and it's much easier in their country. And they will start to dominate, and we must break it. And that's our only chance. Next month or two, if we won't change it, then we are heading to catastrophe. So we must gift our loved ones an FPV for Christmas. And I have already a few rollers who have done that. Well, a few dozens even. But we may make it bigger. Please tell it to everyone you know. Not just use hashtag. You meet a friend or just text a friend, and please tell them about this initiative, and that's our only chance probably right now to break this turning point and make it on our side and break it into our favor. Thank you for listening to this very important information. Do you have something to add to that, Greg?
Beautifully said, brother. Beautifully said.
Thank you. So
And you're right. The drone warfare is only going to increase. One of the reasons that I always come January, February, March is because it's the most difficult time of the year due to the weather and the winter
mhm.
and the increased air attacks working to take out infrastructure and cripple Ukraine further. So I want to come at the hardest time to help and serve. But you're right. The night vision, the thermal optics that Russia is beginning to use right now, it's a challenge. It's not just a challenge for the Ukrainian soldiers, but it's also a challenge for supply lines,
Yes.
supply routes, for the movement safely, which is typically done during the night under pure darkness. Our vehicle, for example, when we're doing anything, we're completely blacked out. We're running night vision even in our truck. And now that's much, much more dangerous. Much more dangerous.
Yeah, and the thing is that we have a very strong volunteer movement here in Ukraine, and most of the small supplies were provided by this volunteer movement. And not only Ukrainian movement, but also movements from our friends like you, Greg. And you know that
Hmm.
yourself. You know that our government is not supplying our soldiers with drones, with thermal scopes, with what else? Cars also is a big problem. And we
It's
need to buy
shocking.
it. What?
It's shocking.
It's shocking. Yeah.
It's shocking. And yeah, Rick, don't go there because I will be boiling mad.
Yeah.
Thank God for Ukrainians that are standing up for their country and for people around the world that are helping support, because that's one of the areas that I rant and rave about when I'm in Ukraine, when I'm talking to military, and I'm not talking a private, when I'm talking to people that have authority, I'm asking them, what are you doing? This makes no sense.
Yeah.
Why does your soldier not have a proper tourniquet? Why does your soldier not have a proper bronic or bullet or body armor? Why is your soldier having to beg somebody to buy them a car? Are you stupid? That's not how we win a war.
Yeah.
So that's another stream. But thank God,
We'll talk
people like
about that.
you and millions of Ukrainians supporting their nation to help take care of their soldiers
Yeah.
and people around the world. So
Yeah. If not we, but in this case, in this situation, this couldn't be done. The scale of FPV drone production could not be done by just volunteers. Uh, it should be it should become in, you know, the headache of our officials. First of all, in
mhm.
the military, we need to reform the military to create more platoons of is rota is a platoon, right? Okay,
Yes,
so we need
brigade.
brigade. No, not like it's gonna be enough to create a few platoons in each
Hmm.
brigade, like FPV
Yes.
platoons. They are just gonna be like artillery um, platoons. We also have to do
Hmm.
that, and for now, most of our officials aren't interested in that. They are saying, they were learned by the book, by the Soviet book, and this is a huge. Just a second. There was a beautiful word, inertia. Is it in
Inertia.
inertia? Yes.
That
Yes. In their actions, they will probably realize that someday, but it will be too late because you know
agreed.
that governmental machine, especially a military machine, if it's a Soviet Union machine, it will. How do you call this? Ah, shit. Maybe you will help me with the translation here. Stiff resistance. Yes, it will face a huge resistance from those elements, like Soviet-minded elements in our army. Those generals, they are still sometimes even not all of them like that, but we still have generals who will just send people to die on position, just like Russians do with their people. It's just,
You know what I really appreciate about you?
yeah,
you're a Ukrainian that's telling the truth. It doesn't mean we don't stand for Ukraine. It doesn't
Yeah.
mean we're going to fight, and it doesn't mean we're going to win. But brother, you're telling the truth. And that is the truth. And it's back even earlier in the war when we were having people, and I'll call them, I don't care, Budanov telling the world that we're going to have Crimea conquered by April. What are you, an idiot? I mean, really? All you're doing is giving this false hope, and it begins to put,
Yeah.
like almost a depression in Ukrainians. But when we know the truth and then we fight for the victory, understanding the truth, it's so much
Yeah.
better. And that I really appreciate you doing that, because the truth is what wins in this war. That's how we're gonna win.
Yeah. Thanks, man. I really think
Yeah, man, that's
this
awesome.
is the way. And without facing a problem and admitting it, you won't make any changes. You will just hide it away from
Isn't
people.
that simple? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and nothing will change. And right now, it's the time for the change. If we won't do anything, then in 2 or 3 years, there's gonna be no Ukraine. There's gonna be, uh,
That's correct.
yeah, it's
I hate to
just,
say it. That's correct.
yeah, it's just that hard. And this is
Alright, give me
why,
give me one s give me 1 second, Rick, because my wife wants my shirt. I know it's weird, but she's
that's.
going to a Christmas party, and she goes, "I need to wear the Snoopy sweatshirt." So I'm gonna give my wife my shirt. 1
Can you
second.
please show us the whole shirt? Because I've seen only the part of it. Oh, okay.
Snoopy
Oh, it's a Snoopy lying down where? Can you show it once again?
on his on his doghouse. On his doghouse.
Ah,
He's
that's
got his
cool.
Christmas lights on it. 1 second.
It was just freezing. This is why I didn't see it, like all of it. Okay, guys. Thank you for listening to the truth. And not just our army should be reformed, our government should start ordering 10 times, 100 times more FPV drones from productions here in Ukraine. They're not doing it yet. Well, they kind of started doing it, but it's not enough. They should multiply their efforts. And I'm going to be trying to work on that too. I'm going to be trying to make some change. Well, who knows? Maybe Greg have some connections. Maybe we'll try to do something here also inside of Ukraine. Let's see. Andrii Siromakha has some connections too, by the way, also. And Andrii will definitely make some change too. I have spoken to him about this. Nice one. I love that one. Embroidered one, right? The coat of arms of Ukraine. Yeah, this one. This one. Embroidered.
Nastoyeshi.
Yeah. Oh, but wait. Look at
Straight
this.
from Ukraine. Yes, embroidered. This is the real one.
This one.
Uh-huh.
So this is the legendary. Like, I mean, we don't know if he was, if the story is true, but the story tells this Chief Pokin Fire is a Ukrainian. Okay, Ukrainian. Pilot. Yes, forgot the word. So Ukrainian pilot who during the World War II was hit somewhere in Europe, his plane, and he was considered missing. Or maybe you know his story. No? Okay.
I do not.
So he was considered missing. Then, how story tells, there's also a movie about that, which is called, I forgot the name, Starsky was telling me the name, but I forgot. But, okay, I was telling you the story. So the guy he went to the prison camp of Nazis or of the Soviets during the war. Then somehow he escaped. Then he ended up in Canada. And he was discovered in 1967 by a Soviet dancer who went to the tribes, Canadian tribes. What was the name? I won't be looking for it, but some of the tribes. It was pretty famous. Not the Cherokee, but okay, Cherokee is an American one, right? There's a famous
Cherokee,
Canadian.
yeah, it's American.
There's a famous Canadian tribe. Maybe guys will help me with that in the chat. Okay, so they will. No, he went there to study the dances of the tribes. And a guy came to him, seeing that he's a Ukrainian, saying "Здоровенькі були." And that guy was the chief of the tribe. And he managed to become a chief going through all the trials. You know, all the tribes, they usually have multiple trials for the chief. And he became a chief of the tribe, and he was Ukrainian Canadian. And this short from Aviatia Halichini. Do you know this brand? Aviatia Halichini, they are from Lviv, and they are mostly focused like on aviation topic. And they are producing amazing branded clothes, which is unique mostly and pretty good designs. Yeah, so there's an advertisement for that brand, guys. You Mahawk? Irokes. Yes, Irokes. Irokes, thank you very much. That was the tribe. And we lost Greg there. I don't know why. He's joining. Yes, you're back. What happened there? Dropped off again. And back again.
I'm back. I got kicked some.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm back. I got kicked. I don't know how.
The tribe was called Irokes. Do you know that one? Greg? Greg dropped off again. Greg, you're back?
Hold on. Let me check here. Let me put a message in your chat.
Just do it. Blackfoot.
Second.
Iroquois. Pronounced Iroquois. I didn't know that. In here in Ukraine, we say Irokez. I have lost connection with Rick, says Greg. Greg, can you hear me, by the way? We see you. Greg, we see you. But Greg cannot hear us. Interesting. I mean, is it interesting or unfortunate? Iroquois. Qua at the end. Understood. Iroquois. Quay. Quay, probably, is how I mostly hear it. Iroquois. Iroquois. Video is working, but not audio. Yeah. See you later, Secai. Secai steps away. Almost forgot to message in chat, but I need to go for now. Keep up the good work, guys. Slava Ukraini, Heroям Slava Secai. Thank you very much for your moderation, for being here, for donating, and for all that you do to help Ukraine. Thank you, Secai. Also, Iroquois created the game Lacrosse. Wow, that's cool. I didn't know that. Okay, Greg is joining back. Greg?
Back. Yeah.
Awesome.
Woo!
What happened there?
I don't know. I just got completely kicked out, and then when I went to reconnect, it was extremely choppy. Something got goofy, so I connected one more time, and we're back to normal.
We saw you, but we couldn't hear you.
Yeah, it was something goofy, so we're good.
Okay.
Ukraine has better internet than the USA. That's true. That is true.
Yeah, Ukraine has the most advanced internet in the world, I think. Maybe China has better one, but I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I'm really happy with Ukrainian internet. So
yeah, there's 1 gigabit for just a small price. Like, oh my god, I pay 350 hryvnias.
Hryvnia?
Yeah, so it's $10 for one gigabit, and unlimited, no limits.
That's what I have at my apartment there in Khmelnytsky as well.
Yeah, Ukrainian internet is something else. Okay, I have a donation from. Just give me a sec. Gotta enter the PayPal because notification doesn't show me everything. And we gotta head to wrapping up the stream, and that means me redirecting funds from my PayPal to the monobank jars. You know that process. Have you witnessed that boring process yourself?
Not to the monobank. No, I have not.
Okay, you will now then, because you decided to stay with us until the end. Well, boring, but not always. So this was Margaret G, $36 and 48 cents. PV drones. F is missing, but it's totally fine. They are kamikaze drones also. And they are called FPV because it stands for first person view. Guys are controlling them with wearing the glasses. I'm sorry. Wearing the, what do you call it? Virtual reality glasses, but it's not actually a virtual reality.
Yeah.
It's
VR.
just
But first person view.
getting stick to close to your eyes.
Yeah, I've looked through those. It's cool.
I haven't yet. Andreas Lach sent $22 saying, seeing Greg and you together, Rick, is very inspiring. You guys' energy together. Okay, then I need to go to notification and check it there. Because PayPal always cuts the message out. Okay, your guys probably energy together is on a whole other level. Keep on rolling together, my friends. Yeah, we gotta keep on rolling together.
We will.
Because I think it was an amazing conversation today, man.
I've had a blast. And you know what? I want to do something interesting. You mind if I do something interesting?
Of course.
Okay.
I don't mind.
All right, you ready?
Of course I mind.
Okay, this will be interesting for everybody. 1 second. Holly, come here. I'm going to ask my wife one question. Come here. First of all, she's got my sweater on. Come here. Just get in front of the camera.
Hello.
Okay, so this is my wife. So the question is, why is it okay that I go to Ukraine and do crazy stuff on the front lines? Get right to it.
Because I just know that's what God's called you to, and He will protect you and keep your angels. And God gave me a word one time. If Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego can go step into a fire, and God will either meet you there or you'll meet Him. So either way is a win-win. So I know with you, and He'll protect you, and it's because it's what God's called you to do. So I have peace at that, no matter what. Not that some days aren't hard, but I definitely have a peace in what you're to do, because Ukraine is also our family, and I feel that way. So
there you go, guys.
Thank you so much.
And hey, the family that wears the same sweaters stays together.
That's cool.
I thought that would be interesting though for guys to hear, because we were talking about that earlier. You know, why can I go do that? That's my family. They support it. They love Ukraine.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to your family so much.
Oh.
Every time I have a chance to speak to foreigners, well, you're technically not completely a foreigner, but anyway, you're an American. And every time I have a chance to speak to any of you guys, I have such an inspiration, such a motivation. You know, you guys drive me there. You roll me there, and we roll together. This is so cool. And thank you for everything that you have done, and how you support us. And man, personally, thanks to you, and thanks to every roller, and not only roller and member of your community. How do you call your community? Do you have a name for them?
Well, I crazy people. No, my Patreon's called the Hope Train. Hope Train.
I like this.
Choo choo.
Choo choo. Yeah. So like how do you the passengers?
Yeah.
Passengers.
Hope Train.
Hope Passengers.
Hope Passengers. Yes, sir.
Do you like this name?
I do.
Do you have it already? I wasn't
Well,
first.
The train actually here in English. Somebody asked me, "Does my wife have a sister?" No. That's good. No, it's so here in the U.S. It's slang. When you hear the word like Hope Train, that means full of passengers. So it's people working together.
That's cool. How do you call it? Work train?
Hope train.
Hope train. So it's when people are working together. So it's
Working
like
together as a train. Oh
a
yeah, it's a
phrase.
lot of momentum. Energia. It's a nadezhda poised. It's energy.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. Okay, so we have a few more donations. That one from Andreas Lach, I guess I finished reading it. Yes, I finished. So the next one from Silvano B, $10. Thank you very much, Silvano. This is appreciated. And the next one is Laura S, $207.40. Thank you very much for your donation. It will help a lot. Every donation will help, guys. This is so cool. We are moving further and further, and at the moment we have $3,127.11. We exceeded the 3,000 mark. We crossed the 3,000 mark. Yes, that's how I should say it, not exceeded. But we exceeded the goal. I can say that, right?
That's a good feeling, buddy.
Yeah, so then we have a donation of $2.07. Slava Ukraini, Heroям Slava. And Russia does not exist. It is from Jared S. Thank you very much. And as I've told you, there are no small donations. And thank you very much for sending these $2, because people sometimes, and like a lot of times, they think that they should not send $1 or $2 because it's gonna be not enough, and just a small donation. But there are no small donations. I won't stop repeating it. So thank you very much for $2, and thank you very much, Laura S, for $207.
Let me interject something here. I see a comment there from Leslie Bochelle. Greg, can you help a guy in Ukraine supplying snipers and ammunition? He's on Facebook and Twitter. So I'll be happy to do whatever we can, Leslie. All I would ask you to do is go to my website, gregterry.org, hit the contact button, and shoot me a message.
Let me do what? Finally put your website into the description of the stream. I'm gonna do it right now so I won't forget later.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, because I'm good at that, good at forgetting to put something into the description of the stream. This is why I gotta do it real quick. Okay, so Greg.
Yeah, we'll do whatever we can to help.
Greg's website. And what else is it there? In the links, I see my community already worked on that. For example, Ann Hill put all the links into Discord for moderators, and we all see it there. Thank you very much, Ann Hill. I take it from there. Donations to Greg Terry Experience. It's BLWC. What is that?
That's our church nonprofit. That's where we run all the funds through, because we deal with a lot of money. So, we don't, I don't do it personally. We do it through our nonprofit here in the United States. So when we're donating, we go from NGO here to NGO there. We have all the documentation, all the paperwork, and we're legal, and every penny goes.
Awesome. So I'll call it Greg's nonprofit, right?
Yeah, that's cool. It's the hope train, man. We're coming to a front line near you.
Yep. And that's a train of hope in many senses.
It really is, man. It's cool. It's just, it's what's right. There are, while you're working on that, I'll just make this comment. There are many things that we disagree on, and I'm not speaking specifically about you and I, but people in the world. We may have a disagreement over religion. We may have a disagreement over economics. We may have a disagreement over political viewpoints. You may have a disagreement over abortion. You may have a disagreement over border control. You may have a disagreement over the color of carpet in Walmart. It doesn't matter. But what we need to focus on as a world are the things on which we do agree. And we all agree that we have to stand for truth and stand for Ukraine and do our best to come together and support this nation that is being assaulted from an invader. So forget the stuff we disagree on. Focus on what we do agree on. And then one day we will all walk in the victory parade together in Kyiv.
Yeah, I cannot agree more. Is it a phrase, or am I just making it up as a
No, you did
Ukrainian
perfect.
speaker?
You would say, I couldn't agree more.
Couldn't, not cannot, right?
There you go. Правильно.
So, yeah, thank you. I
Mhm.
usually try to ask if I said something right or wrong because I want to improve my English because there's no, no perfection, because perfection is something that is unreachable if you are talking about physics, that they always have that perfection that is not reachable. Okay, so we gotta start donating but there are so many questions. Greg, what if I will just send you a pack of them and you'll be answering them? Just get while I'm gonna be donating, you're gonna be answering them. Is it okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so just give me a second. Does the Russian government encourage drinking and alcoholism? I don't know. It's just a part of Russia, I think. Like part of their culture, yeah.
It's culture.
Not just Russia. Yeah, Russian
Absolutely,
culture.
it's culture.
That famous, beautiful Russian culture. Yeah. Drinking and then starting beating each other and
Yeah.
starting raping someone.
You are telling the absolute truth. Get drunk and beat the crap out of each other. That's
Yeah.
it's not a joke. It's cultural.
Yeah, it's what they love to do. And they even say that there's no good party without mordoboy. Mordoboy is how do you translate it? You know that word, right?
No, I do not know that one. I hear the root words in there, but I don't know the combination.
It's like a good beating, like
Yeah,
face beating,
like
face beating.
okay, because I hear it like beat down, like beat to death slang.
Or a schmuck beating, yeah. Without a good schmuck beating.
Exactly.
Yeah, something like that. You can use schmuck for a face, right?
Yes.
So it's actually
That's
when they
good.
say morda, they mean schmuck. So it's like a
Okay,
schmuck beating.
gotcha.
That's it. Okay.
Everybody's getting to watch our English / Russian / Ukrainian language lessons. So
Yeah, it would be awesome to do such a channel in peaceful times.
oh man,
After the victory and focus on that, and just having fun, probably.
we've had a great stream here so far, and I'll tell you what's going to be really awesome for for your viewers and even mine to see is when right now we are thousands and thousands of miles apart, but here in a few weeks we'll do a stream. We'll be sitting right side by side. It's the beauty right there.
Yeah, let's do it. Just like we
Absolutely.
did with Frank and Kuhn yesterday. I'll
Yeah.
come
Yeah.
to the place with my phone and mics, and we'll
Oh yeah,
speak.
it'll be fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome. Just a second. So the question. Okay. What are? Sending you this one.
Okay.
On WhatsApp. Is it okay? Will you see
Yeah.
it there? Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, what are
This one is from Secular Secai. Yeah.
Okay, Secular Sakai. What are Greg's thoughts on possible proxy wars that act as distractions to the war in Ukraine, such as Venezuela, Guyana, Guatemala, Belize, Israel, Gaza? Will more pop up soon? So here's what I can tell you, Secular Sakai. Right now, there are 183 active conflicts in the world. It's the most in the history of the world. And these are facts. I shared this about 2 weeks ago.
How many?
Additionally, 183. It's not all wars, but conflicts, wars, and internal problems in different regions of the world. 183. So it's the most in the history of the world. Secondly, one of the reasons that this is all coming at a culmination of time is because the leadership of the world right now is extremely weak. For example, Schultz so pro-Ukraine, but he's fearful.
Yeah, he's weak,
Um,
definitely.
the American voice right now is basically silent. We're going through our own internal struggles, and I'll leave it there. Um, thirdly, the one who had the greatest voice initially to help Ukraine, for example, was Boris Johnson, showing up, walking through the streets, hugging a Ukrainian person, and trying to say "Slava Ukraini," and he's doing all of these things. He was building momentum. That's gone now. And
Yeah.
it's very tragic. We do not have those motivating, those key influential people, such as a Winston Churchill, who would make these great speeches in World War II that could rally the world for a common cause. We are missing that. So, because of that, the Russian Empire is trying to fill the vacuum. I can tell you with 100% certainty that in over 10 nations in Africa, private military groups such as has been Wagner or Wagner Group, plus there are many other private military Russian groups, are destabilizing many African nations on purpose because and I work in Africa. I'm here to tell you, China and Russia own Africa, and they can keep it destabilized. It keeps the world attention there. The war in Israel and Gaza, absolutely. Let's take it really a step deeper. It's not that it just distracted the world to start looking there, and Putin and his regime can take advantage of that, which they absolutely have. But their propaganda is behind this. I have actual video from the IDF of where Russian journalists are down in the tunnels during the early days of the war in Israel, walking around, interviewing Hamas, doing all of this and pumping it back to Russia. I've got the video firsthand, straight from those guys. So this is what's going on there. We have the destabilization and all of these wars. Of course, it's not by accident. It's everything's connected. Then we can talk about China and Taiwan. We can talk about Iran. We can talk about India and Pakistan on the border there in the Kashmir region. We can talk about all of those places. Talk about Syria. But have you guys noticed something that I consider very interesting? It was 8 weeks ago that Erdogan, or Erdogan in English letters, but Erdogan, the president of Turkey, went to Sochi. He went to Russia. So a sovereign nation with a NATO member went to Sochi,
Yeah.
NATO member, went to Sochi. And then when he left there, it was such a wonderful time with my dear friend,
Yeah.
Vladimir Putin. Now, isn't it interesting that after that, now you have the Israel and Hamas thing going on, and Erdogan's going nuts about that in support of Hamas.
Yeah.
And now the words for Ukraine from Turkey and that support is silent, dead silent. It's just all of this stuff is playing together. So yeah, that's my answer to that question.
I just wanted to mention, that we usually don't discuss Israel here and Hamas, but I'm following that conflict. I have a great Ukrainian Telegram channel, Близький Схід українською, the Middle East in Ukrainian. And this channel is calling Putin huilo there and calling, he's a very pro-Ukrainian. You can see that. So he is describing things as they are there, but because I think it's a guy who is writing there, and how you calling this, leading this channel or doing this channel. So the guy, I'm reading this channel, and it's not the point. The point is that Erdogan is, it seems like he is taking the side of terrorists, being the NATO member. And it doesn't just seem like that. He's really taking the side of terrorists. He is himself fighting terrorism in his country with those Kurds who are committing those terroristic acts there in Turkey. But he is still supporting terrorism. It is so damn strange and so damn, I don't know.
It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling.
It's mind-boggling.
And the dude seems like he wants to become another terrorist state, just like
Well,
Russia.
let me tell you this. So I told you about that Pakistani satellite I'm getting on. Okay, so in that same meeting, I was in Oklahoma. There was actually 56 nations represented,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a group there from Turkey, and I had asked them about the war in Ukraine and their viewpoint on Turkey, and they're so pro-Ukrainian. They're good people, and I asked him. I said, well, I won't say his name because I couldn't even show him on video. He says, I asked him, I said, do you want to come on my stream? We'll talk about it. He goes, I would love to, but it's too dangerous because if any reason they found out, I'd be in serious trouble when I got home. I said, okay. So you just, if you tell me something, can I repeat it? He goes, absolutely. Just never say my name. I said, okay. So this is what he told me. And I'm telling you, he says, if the world thinks that Erdogan is pro-Ukraine, they are crazy.
Yeah.
We do the token things for minor NATO responsibility, but our president supports Vladimir Putin because it's where the money comes from.
Yeah.
And I mean, he was point blank, man. He goes, it's not about some Bayraktars and some drones and a nice word here and there. He goes, forget all that. That's a show.
Yeah, that's a show.
Our
And
president is pro-Russia. Absolutely.
And I see that Turkey was supporting Russia since the first days of war. They are increasing deals with them. They are increasing exchange of goods, exchange of materials, technologies, and all of that. And it's just, no, not technologies. I'm sorry. They are not selling them Bayraktars. There's only one thing that they haven't been doing, that they weren't supplying them weapons, probably. But I think they are helping them with sanctions. They are helping them go around sanctions. And I don't just think, I know that because there are proofs out there online about them doing that.
Well, not only that, they are massively supporting the economy. So as my partner would say, he always says when he says something that needs to be looked up, he says, go look it up. Go look it up. So I'll say this, go look it up. Turkey has put into contract with Russian nuclear power plant companies to build the next nuclear power plant in Turkey. Okay, so let's go ahead and put money into their economy. That's the way you get around it to support it. And it's obvious that's what's happening.
Yeah, I heard about those nuclear deals too. I mean, I've read about them.
Yeah, it's real.
So guys, I've started withdrawing money from my PayPal to the card, and the first sum of money is $700. It goes to APC Repair Fund, 25,914 hryvnias. By the way, the exchange rate has risen up a bit in a few last weeks, and we now have not 36 hryvnias for $1, but 37 hryvnias for $1. So on each dollar it's plus 1 hryvnia, so we get a bit more hryvnias on this stream. It was something in the middle on the previous stream. It was 36.74. This time it's 37.04 if I'm not mistaken. But I wanted to say that I'm planning to send $1,200 to each fundraisers for APC and El Greco's fund, and then we'll have just let me check how much will we have there. So I keep receiving donations, by the way. I haven't mentioned two of them yet. I will do that. Just give me a second to calculate how much it will be with those donations.
You calculate that and I'll answer the next question. At Rick the Ukrainian, has Greg ever been acquainted with Malcolm Nance and his work supporting Ukraine, Secular Sky? No, sir, I have not, but I'll look him up. Would love to connect with anybody. Malcolm Nance. I got it in the chat here from Rick, so I'll look it up. Or if you know and can connect me, great.
So we have raised today in total with the last two donations. We have raised $3,191.95. So we will have once I donate 1,200 to each of these two fundraisers, we will have $791.95, and I propose you guys to split it between Helena's initiative. Man, by the way, we gotta also talk about that, about tourniquets and stuff, because Helena, my friend, she is the volunteer who is assembling those IFACs herself. She is doing by all the standards because she's a medic, she is a doctor, and it's her profession. And she, together with her husband Anton, they are doing that for almost 2 years now, since the first days of full-scale invasion. They have been volunteering hard and by their own money. Anton is a software developer. He is good at what he does, and they are spending a lot of their own money on that, like almost all their of their own money. But it's still not enough considering the number of requests they receive. This is
Are
why.
they based in Kyiv?
Yes, in Kyiv, we should meet, and if you're
Yeah, we will.
okay to also maybe help them somehow, because we are donating a few $100 every stream. What we're managing to raise, we take $200 or $300 and send them to Helena. It is covering only probably half of her expenses. Maybe, who am I kidding? Probably a third of their expenses. She is also raising money through Ukrainian people. She has a Facebook page, and all of her patients, they know her as a selfless person who is
Beautiful.
one of the most kind persons I've ever met. Happy to be her friend. All my rollers, they know her. We had a co-stream together in their apartment with her and Anton, and
Okay.
yeah, so probably you
I'll
can
go look that up.
Yeah, go look that up. It was around a month ago.
Okay.
You'll find the stream out there. And
When we come to Kyiv,
Yeah, we gotta
we'll
meet up.
meet with everybody. Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's
awesome.
get it. Absolutely.
That's a great idea. Amazing. So I was talking. Yeah, so we gotta take those money. I received even more donations, so we even have more than that. Then $800. So we split it between Secai's 110 FPV drones. We definitely got to donate to that one. Then a Mavic 3T drone of Andrii Siromakha, Ukrainian soldier who is raising for 72nd Brigade. Cat tourniquet, we see it. Greg is showing it to us. So yes, Helena puts only them into her IFACs because they are certified. They are most reliable. One of the most reliable. Not all people will agree with that. That cat is the best tourniquet ever, but it's the most popular tourniquet. Yeah. So I wanted to say that these three fundraisers, Secai's, then Mavic 3T, and Helena, we gotta decide how much will we put where. No, let's just see how much we have here with these latest few donations. So two more donations come, so it's plus 100 and plus $20. So we're gonna have. In total, on the stream, we have raised so far $3,311.95. So with 600 and we're gonna have $911.95. So we gotta think of how to split it. I guess we can send Helena 300, right? Then we will have what left? It's gonna be 6 and 3. 9. Oh, why am I doing it in my mind? I gotta open another calculator. In Windows, you can open many of them, so it's gonna be easier. Okay, so what's gonna be left? Let me calculate. Just a sec. So this sum of money minus 2,400 for these two main fundraisers. 900 minus 300 for Helena. We will have 611 and 95 left. I would propose to, as I know that FPV drones are more needed right now, not more, shit, it's just my, how do you call it? Okay, the flash mob, right? And my most concern is the lack of FPV drones. This is why I think we should send $400 for those drones from this 600, and the rest 211.95 we gotta send to Mavic 3T drone. Yes, Mavic 3T is needed too, but FPV drones are the greatest concern right now. So let's give them more. Let's give 400 to the FPV drones, and 211.95 will go to Mavic 3T drone. Guys, anyway, this fundraiser for Andrii Siromakha, let's be honest, we're gonna take it as our primary fundraiser someday, and we'll hit that hard with your donations, right? So it's just a matter of time. So let's focus on these ones for now. Do you agree with me? Everyone in the chat, give me a feedback, please. And Greg, you probably, while I'm going to be doing that, I also got to comment what I'm doing so people will understand what is going on there with progress bars. They are updating right during the stream, so I
cool.
usually comment on that. So I was about to send those 25, and I just didn't put the comment there. That's all that is left to do. I usually do from Rig the Ukrainians community and add in Slava Ukraini or Heroям Slava. Sometimes we love you if it goes to Halina. Sometimes give them hell when it goes to El Greco or something like that, you know?
So you know what we do?
Yeah.
So everything that we take to soldiers, we also give them a QR code. And then they can hit the QR code on their phone or their tablet or whatever they're on the front, and they are able to see a video of our kids at our refugee camp that are from the East or have been displaced, or their parents are in the war, or their parents have been killed, and the kids are saying thank you and talking to the soldiers. It's very, very powerful. So QR code is a good idea for a way to say thanks in the future. Do a little quick video clip, and when the guys get a gift or something, they can click the QR and away it goes. So it's pretty cool. Just a good idea there. And additionally, I saw somebody else's comment in the chat about, you know, in our Western world, and we're warm and getting ready to have Christmas. Think about Ukrainian people that are living under this. I just want to make mention of this. So last January and this January again, we actually take and do a Christmas program for kids that are right on the front line. Last year we had 200 kids in a school building, and gave them Christmas gifts and food and did all of kind of stuff. Unfortunately, that school was destroyed and leveled to the ground.
Damn it.
And of course, we do this all privately. You know, it's not, we're mass transporting kids. Our guys know what they're doing. It's all military help, everything. But this year we're going to be giving gifts to 400 kids on the front lines. So yeah, it's a part of what we're doing also for Christmas.
That's amazing. Guys, man. While Greg was telling you this, you've seen the progress bar updating. It was plus 25,914 hryvnias, so it's, instead of 34,000, it's 59,506. So it brings us to 29%. To this fundraiser, I'm sending, first it was 700, now it's 500, and we'll have 1,200 in total. I'm sending it now. It's 18,000. Just give me a sec. Putting it in here. 18,510 hryvnias. Scanning the QR code, and you'll see the progress bar updating. Are there more questions left there on WhatsApp?
There was one last one. At Rick, what else happened at Rick Ukraine? I feel his passion through my laptop and believe in the goodness of the Ukrainian people, but terribly afraid militarily. Will this war become another Vietnam or Afghanistan twice?
Well, I won't say we're in Afghanistan, and probably not the Vietnam. What do you think about this, Greg?
No, I don't think it's going to be a Vietnam or Afghanistan. I really, you mean shoot straight or give you the goofy answer? I really believe within 18 months we're going to know what's going to happen. Now, for 18 months, we fight for victory, and I'm believing for victory. But I think we're going to have clear direction within 18 months. 2024 is going to be hell. It's going to be very difficult, because of the transition in world politics, and everybody's worried about getting their name on a ballot or getting into an office. And you have the war in Israel, you have the other problems going on in the world, and it will draw some attention away from Ukraine. So over the next 12 months can be challenged, and then you roll through one more winter, 2024 into early 2025. And as I have shared with people, Ukrainian winters can start in October and end in April, to be quite honest. They're very difficult and cold. So
Yeah.
please don't misunderstand me, but I don't think we're going to be 10 years. I don't see this as a decade. I see either the world's going to get on board and we're going to smack them off the
Either
planet,
Ukraine is destroyed and gone.
or Ukraine is destroyed. Now,
Amazing. Well, terrible,
we're
terrible
we're
perspective.
fighting for the victory, and we'll give everything for the victory. But
Yeah.
I don't see it 10 years. It's going to be 18 months.
18 months. In 18 months, we will only see where it goes, I would say.
That's what
Before
I'm saying. In 18
yeah.
months, we're going to see where it's going.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. I agree with you. I totally agree with you, and I understand what you mean. And I understand that we got to get through the hell of the next year and the winter, and on like spring, summer
Well,
of 2025. It's only then.
Yes. I see some guys commenting in there, and I agree with those guys. But they're talking about F-16s.
Yeah,
and
I
all,
see. And
okay.
GLSDB. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the deal. Okay. Ukraine does not have enough air defense right now. It's not even close.
Yeah.
It's not even close. And Russia right now controls the skies. So over the next 12 to 18 months, we have to get control of the sky with air defense, maybe get the F-16s. The F-16s will not win the war, but they can help balance and get some of that air control. We've got to get control of the air.
May I add to that? F-16s
Yes.
are all only just a second. Will only help us to prepare the ground and the sky to the next counteroffensive. And if, for example, we won't receive that much aid that is needed in 2024 and in 2025, no counteroffensive will be possible. Or if we won't grow our production massively here in Ukraine, plus to the aid that will be coming, and together with other companies who are planning to build those plants here in Ukraine, like Rainmetal, right, like American companies who Zelensky met on his tour this week. So there's a chance, guys, there's a chance that we will have enough equipment to do another good counteroffensive together with F-16s, with air defense systems in 2025. Agreed. It is not possible in 2024, definitely, because I think F-16s, which we'll receive in 2024, aren't going to be enough. Like 50 F-16s, unfortunately, won't do the difference. It's a huge number of planes, but you need the infrastructure, you need the repairs, the maintenance, and
you're telling the truth, bud. It's not just a pilot.
Yes, and also there is a number of Russian planes and helicopters which you need to face, not face, to counter. You need to counter it with something. And I think I heard something that only like 110 or something F-16s will make a difference in that terms. So 2024 probably won't bring us any.
Rick, do you know how many
victories.
Abrams? Do you know how many Abrams America has?
Something about
thousands.
And you sent only 30.
You know how many are in Ukraine? 31. 31. Okay, and I've been inside of them. I've seen them blown up, and I've seen them do good work. So there's not 31 there anymore. I know of some that are gone. So that's reality. Here's another piece of reality. We're on the south, on the bank of the river. We're outside of Beterslav. So on the river, you have
Mm-hmm.
Nikopol, Beterslav, and then you come down to Taginka, and then into Antonivka, and then Kherson. That's where the Novakakovka Dam is. That's where the Antonivka Bridge is. We're down in that region, and we're running aid, and we're actually going to help a drone group and their special forces, and we went to support them. And on the way to them, we are probably 5 kilometers from the Russian front, maybe 6.
Mm-hmm.
We were buzzed by our Russian MiG. Unfortunately, we were on the inside of a bank of a hill,
Mm-hmm.
and it buzzed right over top of us. Now, that's in Ukrainian controlled territory. And it's not that Ukraine couldn't have done something about that airplane. There was just no airplanes in the sky, and there was no air defenses, or that thing would have been smoked.
Yeah.
It's because that's how much of a lack there is. So, and to finish that story out, we got over to those guys. We spent time with them. We had dinner with them. We supplied them. The next morning, they were going out on a raid, and there's 12 in that group. They were going out to do their mission, and only one came back. 11 of those guys were killed. So this is the reality of the front.
Yeah.
And the air, we've got to get control of it, or at least balance it.
Yeah, guys, that's how it is. And Greg is telling you his personal experience. Yes, he didn't go inside that Abrams to storm positions or support troops, but he saw that soldiers, and he saw that just one of them returned, and he knew them. And thank you for sharing this story. It's actually a
You're welcome,
spoiler
buddy.
for Abrams, because there are no footages of it. They are really, I mean, Ukrainian forces are really hiding this information to go public. And Russians haven't been providing any proof of Abrams being destroyed. So that means they weren't able to film it, because they would start showing it as a victory, as a huge victory, you know. But
They've been releasing the video of some leopards they've gotten.
yes, but no Abrams
and
yet.
But no. But trust me, and when I say we ride them, it's because we embed with guys, and we're there with them a couple of days. And one of the things we like to do, is we'll do a lot of it this winter, is we like to bring food and cook them a meal and let them just completely rest and relax on their downtime and hang out, tell stories, piddle around, go shoot a gun, do the things they do, and just care about them. It's so important. And when that happens, the next thing you know, they're going, "You want to go see the tank?" Heck yeah, I want to see the tank. You want to ride? Yeah. You know, you become friends, family. So that's the truth of the front. It's just the greatest soldiers on the planet right now are on 900 kilometers of a front line facing an ugly enemy.
And you
That's
can
a fact.
imagine, guys, how many of Ukrainian soldiers are dying every day too. It's
And
not,
that's the truth.
yeah, it's not that much as Russians die, because they totally don't value their personnel, but it's still a lot, because this is just a story from one small point of 1,000 and what, 1,200
yeah,
kilometers, or something
kilometers.
like
Yeah.
that.
Do you know the 200 trucks?
200 trucks? No. What is it?
The trucks that had the number 200 on them. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, the deceased
Okay, so
KIA.
yeah, the KIA trucks. So when you're down on the front, one of the most solemn moments, and it's really powerful, but you're there and you're approaching, it doesn't matter. It could be the east or the south. It doesn't matter.
Man, just a second. Just a second.
Go ahead.
I'm just gonna press the button, and you see how to El Greco's progress bar it will be added 25,914. Every time I do that, I want to pronounce it. So
Beautiful.
here it is, guys, and it's just updated. So 21%, 53,000. And I'm gonna transferring another 500. And you please continue, Greg.
Yeah, so you're approaching the front lines, and one of the most solemn moments, and I'm just telling this because of Rick telling you guys the truth. You know, Ukraine is losing a lot of people, not to the level of the Russians, but they are. And when you're going towards the front, and once you get close, unless it's really some local traffic, you're pretty much then only military traffic and people that had the right permissions and documents. And so many times you see the truck coming at you, and it's the 200 truck, and on it will have the number written 200. And what's beautiful is down there on the front, soldiers begin to pull over, we pull over, other guys pull over, they get out, they'll salute those troops that are coming out that have given their lives for their nation. That's reality. And they run. So whenever you see in Ukraine like a box truck, and it'll have the number 200 on it, it's bringing back heroes that have given their lives. So it's moving moments.
Yeah, and very tragic moments when you realize how many lives are lost. And not even how many, every life is precious if it's not, of course, the life of the occupier
Hmm.
who came here to Ukraine to kill our people and commit genocide. But you know, when it's not just like how many of them, but what tragedy it is of every life there lost. You know what I mean, right?
Agreed. There's no words to say, bud. Agreed.
Okay, guys, send in 18,510 from Rick the Ukrainian's community, Heroem Slava, to El Greco's fundraiser. Press in it, the button, and you see the progress bar will update now. 71,658 hryvnias, raised 28%. Well, we're getting even closer. That's good. And I received a few donations while we were talking and I was transferring. I'm transferring the funds and people are sending more and more. So we'll have
That's a
even
good
more.
problem, man.
This is
Awesome.
an amazing problem, and
Yes.
I would love to have such problems, more of such problems, because
Yes.
it is just, you know, it's just the best for the army, and they deserve the best because they are the ones who are risking their lives and health and losing it too, not just risking. A lot of them have lost it already.
And I'm just gonna tell you guys, it gets really cold on that front.
Yeah.
And we're just moving into winter. It gets very cold, very difficult conditions these guys will be living in and fighting over the next really 4 months. It's gonna be everything we can do to help is important.
Okay, before I'll start transferring those donations, not donations. um, okay. Um, I will mention the donations that were coming for the last half an hour. So, Hildegun K, I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce it correctly. $50.55 donations for FPV drones, hoping you can send to those in need. We will. Thank you very much for your donation. Then Paul D, $12.16. Never give up. Thank you, Paul. We will not give up. Stephen W sent $100 more. Thank you very much. There's no comment. Thank you. And then Cinnamon sent $20 more. Thank you, Cinnamon. And Secai sent $20 more. And that's not all. Then Stephen W sent $100 more, saying great job, Rick, and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too. Stephen, this is very appreciated, and move in all of your donations today, guys. I think we have beaten the number of donations record today. Yeah, it's just amazing, and wow, thank you so much. So, as a result, let me count how much do we have. 1,000 plus 2, so it's $3,431.89. 2,400 were already donated to two of our main fundraisers, APC repair for 128th Brigade and rifle in the scope for El Greco. And we have what? I wanted to send 300 to Helena. Let me do it. First sending it to my card. Then I have more questions for you, Greg. I'm gonna be sending to you. What was the last one? Can you please tell me?
The last one was the Vietnam, Afghanistan. We answered that one.
Yes. Just looking for it. Where did I finish in here? Oh, I know how to do it. Control F always saves you. Afghanistan. And how? No results. Bad job, Discord. Maybe I didn't spell it right. Who knows? Okay, Belize, Gaza, has Greg. Here it is. Afghanistan, I found it. Then, question. Yeah, I'm gonna copy like many questions to you, so you will have the pack of them to answer while I'm busy with sending donations and all that stuff. Here are a few, and I'm gonna be adding them. You can start answering.
Golbimon, could Greg shed light on the age-old saying Azov is Nazi, or just talk about how that came about? I'd like more info regarding that, and he appears to know them directly. Thanks. So yes, I do know them directly, and Azov regiment, it's kind of like this. It's kind of like the so you see the coat of arms of Ukraine, okay? And many times you'll hear the Russian propaganda say that, well, it's actually Russia, it's Novorossiya. They have no idea about Kiev Rus, and we go all the way back into the history of Ukraine, okay? But this trident for Ukraine actually dates back to like 600 AD in the origination of the formation of the Ukrainian homeland, Ukrainian culture. And as a part of that Azov regiment, not the regiment, but the Azov name and the Azov group, that region is right. I need my map right now, but over in that Mariupol, Donetsk, all of that southeastern pocket of Ukraine, it was like an Azov region, and even their markings, their symbols, all go back for hundreds of years. There were no Nazis. There were no fascists. These were a group really of warriors and a group of people that tried to stand for what's right. So that's kind of the basic history of the Azov. And I can tell you this patch right here. Now that one you can't get. Now you can order something off the internet, but you'll never get this patch. This is the real one. So this patch came off of his uniform and went on to my body armor, and I pulled off. I was running an American patch and I was running another patch, and I pulled it off and I put my American patch on him. This one's very, very special, very, very special to me. This one is 100% the real deal. So that's kind of the history of the Azov. Let's see. Marshall Jones, where's Greg from? I am originally from the state of Virginia, but now live in Western Pennsylvania. How many elections are coming up? How many do you think Russia are trying to congest? That's from Who's News. So I'm not sure how many exactly are coming up, but I do know that the two of the most important one's already decided, and that would be the Russian election. We also know that the elections in Ukraine have now been tabled. That's already been solidified by the Rada there in Kyiv, where there will be no elections now. That conversation is over.
I'm completely after this position. If you wanted to know, we need no election.
Yeah, I'm 100% for. How can you change a government or have an election during a war when your soldiers are on the front line fighting and your voters are occupied? Come on, guys, this is
that's what's going to be a present for Russia, like the best present for Russia.
Absolutely. And that's why they were pushing the division in Kyiv, even now, trying to separate Klitschko and Zelensky, trying to bring division with Zaluzhny, trying to do all of this to
Mm-hmm.
disrupt, to try to push Ukraine to the elections. And the reason for that is they know if they could get Ukraine to go to elections, they can control it, manipulate it. So that's now off the table. The parliament, the Rada there in Kyiv made a very, very wise and smart decision. So I know the United States, and I go back all the way up 7-8 months ago. I talked about this on one of my live streams. The president of Czech, who used to be a general for NATO, his name is Peter Pavel. Brilliant man, very
Mm-hmm.
supportive of Ukraine, militaristic mind, brilliant, smart man. He says, listen, Ukraine, you have really, we need to get clear in 2023 because 2024 is coming. And as I look, as a militarist, as a pro-Ukrainian, as an anti-Russian invasion, as a president of a sovereign nation in the EU, I see trouble on the horizon in the elections. And he may be very prophetic in that. So we shall see. As a let's see, K&K's GG. As a pastor himself, can Greg give his insights on pro-end time Christians who advance Kremlin propaganda and ways to counter their talking points? Okay, so yeah, I can definitely give you my opinion on that one, and happy to give it. They are full of caca, and they have swallowed the pills that have been shoved down their throat by the religious right, which are a bunch of nut jobs who only buy conspiracy theories and believe in Q and think that Donald Trump is Jesus. Is that a good enough answer?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I'm for Biden. I'm not. I'm for truth. I have a picture of Ronald Reagan back there. That's where I stand. But I'm for truth. And if that would be Donald Trump, or that would be Joe Biden, or that would be Mickey Mouse, I want truth for our country. I personally believe the United States needs a fresh wind politically, complete fresh wind. Our country is in chaos right now. And if you think any person that's out there right now can save it, baloney. We need fresh. That's my opinion, and I know probably many of you disagree with that, but that's my opinion. Now, as far as the Christians, this is the number. 50% are pro-Ukrainian, 50% are anti-Ukraine. I didn't say they're pro-Russia. They're anti-Ukraine. They have swallowed the happy juice from Trader Carlson
Mm-hmm.
and General McGregor and these other Donald Trump crony, wannabe, knowledgeable people about Ukraine, such as the most influential man in the world, which is Elon Musk, which basically supports the Russian narrative.
We gotta call him
And
Elon Muscovite.
Elon Muscovite, they swallow this stuff. And okay, you asked the question, I'm answering. I travel all over the country and all over the world speaking at churches. And I have people walk up to me that have known me for 30 years. And this is what they tell me. Greg, I know you work in Ukraine. I know you love Ukraine. I know you've been there in the war. But you're wrong on this.
Because
Ukraine is corrupt.
Trader Carlson said that.
That's exactly right. Trader Carlson. Ukraine is Nazis. And I know you're there. But Fox News and Tucker Carlson and that's the truth. And you'll get it eventually. I say, okay, so me being there, me
Mhm.
able to communicate with people in a native language, me spending time with government people, me going to the front lines, and 26 years of experience, you're going to believe Trader Carlson over me. That you know what?
That's how
You
television
are a lost.
works.
Yeah. You're a lost human being, and I have lost friends over this. So it's completely spit.
Yeah, man. Thank you for
Goldie
sharing
Mon.
this experience. Just a second. I am
Go ahead, do
displaying.
your thing.
I'm displaying on the screen 11,106 hryvnias for Halina. That's $300. Thank you very much for that. And yeah, I always do that. I send her a donation. I make a screenshot. I display it on the screen. People can see the time. People can see the day and the sum of money. So that's that. And next, I'm gonna be sending. What have we agreed at? $600 for Secular Secai's fundraiser for 110th Brigade for 110 FPV drones. Man, it's 2 million hryvnias. 2,200,000 hryvnias.
Beautiful.
That's a big sum of money. I'm trying my best to do that, to help with that fundraiser. I also have FPV drones with me, but I think people are already tired of me displaying them and showing them into the screen, you know. So I haven't took it with me here. They are waiting for accumulators. They are stuck on Polish border. This is why they are at my apartment and not killing occupiers there on the front line. They are just for now waiting for their accumulators. Once they will come.
Batteries, guys.
Batteries, yeah. Yeah, you don't use
Yeah,
that
better of a deal.
word. Yeah, batteries for the drones. They are stuck at the Polish border. This is why I'm gonna be sending the 6 as soon as those will be arriving, the batteries. So 400 are going to, just give me a sec, to Secai's fundraiser. I'm on it, and you please continue answering the questions.
Okay, so let's go to the next question there. And I see so many people's kind comments. I appreciate that because it's just try to be truthful. Greg, are there other forms of aid or items that Ukraine needs that you see needs more attention? Not necessarily military related. It could be the books for kids or prosthetics funding for those who have lost limbs. Wow, great question. To be quite honest, so if we speak not militarily, any of those are necessary. But I'll just looking at your question and just thinking off the top of my head really quickly. The most important thing, and it's not military aid, but I saw somebody else's comments in there. We really need to make sure our soldiers stay warm this winter.
Yeah. It's a cold winter this year.
It's cold and it's very difficult. And additionally, anything for kids. These kids are living in a war zone with a continual ringing of air alarms. They are psychologically becoming, it's bothering them. My partner is actually, he's crazy background, very brilliant, started as a medical doctor and then got a degree in sociology. And you know, we just know these things, work with a lot of kids. They're being traumatized, to be quite honest. And sometimes they will not say anything. And so anything that we can do to support children, their mental health, books, as you suggested, you know, whatever, we really have to counteract that and help them mentally and psychologically. I can tell you this, at our summer camp this year, we had a summer camp for kids that were affected by the war. And I'm sure, Rick, you know about this place. It's in the Donetsk Oblast, not far from your home. It's called New York.
Yeah,
Nice.
New York.
New York.
Yeah.
Okay, New York, Ukraine. Yes, folks, there is a New York, Ukraine. It's in the Donetsk Oblast, a little teeny town. And we actually had a kid come from New York to our summer camp.
Just a second.
Go ahead, do your money thing.
Yeah, 14,808 are sent to the top progress bar, and it just added up. We have 89,000, and I think it's going to be enough to buy 4 more drones, and we're going to be sending not 6 that are lying here in my home, but 10 of them. So
Beautiful.
Great job, guys. Great job.
Beautiful. So we had this little
continue.
We had this little boy that came. He had lost his mother and his father. They were soldiers living with his grandmother and their dog. And we found out about him through people we knew, and we invited him to the summer camp, try to give him a little bit of normalcy. And he came. Of course, we paid for everything. He got there, and my partner Zhenya called me and he says, "Man, you're not gonna believe what happened." I said, "What do you mean what happened?" He goes, "Well, we've got Andrii here," and he let me talk to him. And he says, he's from New York. I mean, I know where New York is in Ukraine. So I said, okay. He goes, he lost his parents, and we've taken care of him financially, and we've brought him here. And he just got a call from his grandmother that his home was just destroyed by enemy shelling. Fortunately, his grandmother was not there, but his dog was, and his dog is now dead, and his home is gone. So this one little boy lost his dad and mom in the war. His dog was killed by Russian shelling. Fortunately, he still has his grandmother, but he was at our summer camp during that time, and our whole staff was able to help him and to work with him mentally and psychologically. That one story right there is repeated thousands of times, guys. That's a long front line, and that's reality.
I would say
That's reality.
hundreds of thousands of
Yes.
times.
Yes, sir.
Because if we remember Mariupol and how many people were, of course we don't know because Russia hides everything and we don't have access, but we can roughly calculate the approximate number of people who were injured or killed there, and I guess it might be closing to 100,000 easily. What do you
I
think?
am
Greg?
convinced, without question, it's 100,000.
Yeah.
Without question. Remember, I was talking to the Azovstal guys under siege. Without question,
Yeah.
100,000. All you have to remember, Rick, and I know you do, is the drama theater, and you look down on it, and
Yeah.
there are hundreds of kids and women and children in that building. And what people don't know, unless you can read the Russian language, is out in the parking lot and around the building in huge white letters was very clear, Deти, meaning
Kids.
children are kids are here, children are here, and they leveled it.
They dropped
What
a
else do you need
huge
to
bomb
know?
there.
A huge bomb.
Have you seen
That
20
is now-
Days in Mariupol?
I haven't, but I'm going to this week. I've got it on
Do
my
it, man.
schedule this week. I am. Don't worry, I am.
It's heavy as the war itself, though. It's gonna be hard to watch, but everyone should watch it. Everyone should see what is happening here and how fucking genocidal this war is. You guys gotta see it. Everything is there. It's a documentary. Two brave reporters, the only ones who stayed there from Associated Press. They stayed there. They filmed it. They were lucky to survive and get out there. There was such a luck that they got out.
One of the guys that partners with us now and works with us running aid, his name is Maxime. He was under occupation in Berislav and had to escape. So he was in Mariupol in Berislav, and his story is unbelievable. Unbelievable to get out.
If he's willing to do the interview someday.
Oh, for sure, no problem. And he speaks English.
Yeah, that's amazing. I would love to have him on the stream and tell us his story. Or if not, if he's, I guess having him on the stream is a best way.
Oh yeah, no problem, man.
Okay.
I'll even get you fish.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so
this is I don't want to keep it longer, but Fish, he's such a stud, and here's what he says. I'm with him all the time. I've known him for over 20 years, and he'll say, Greg, okay, here's the deal. For me, because there are certain soldiers I can never show their faces. They do certain jobs, whatever. Okay, but for Fish, who has one of those jobs, he says, Greg, for me, I understand my comrades, sometimes their face doesn't even be shown because I want Putin to see my face. You put me everywhere. And he just has a different mentality and viewpoint. It's kind of cool, just refreshing. He doesn't mean to be, he's not prideful. He's just saying, listen, here I am. I'm fighting you. So that's pretty interesting. So Fish would come on.
The stud, that goes from horses, right?
Yes,
like
stud
the
goes
stallion.
Yes.
So that, as I know, means that he's like the alpha male or something like that, right?
Absolutely an alpha male. And a lot of times when we're dropping aid and we're running in his regions, he's always with us. He's running the radios. I'll give you one cool story. I know we're going a long time tonight, but I'll give you one.
Just a sec. Let me just put the last sum of money, guys. With your last donations, and especially the last one from Stephen W, we have not $211 to send to Andrii Siromakha's fundraiser, but $331. Let me check
Beautiful.
the exact one. And 89 cents from Mavic 3T drone, guys. So it's 12,286 hryvnias. Let me, to not interrupt your story, send it right away. And that's going to be all for today, and then we'll be able to wrap up. 12,260 what? 60, no, 86. Okay, it's gonna be fast. Okay.
I really like how you do this. This is awesome, man.
Transparency is
Yeah,
really
it's the
important
key.
for me. Yeah, and it's the key. It's the key for trust.
No
And
question.
I've built it up in this community, I guess. Built it up. There's no word belt. That's build, built, built.
Well, there is a build, but it's in a different. You did right. Built.
Built. Yeah, with a T in the end.
We have built it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have built it.
Where I come from down in Virginia, we would say we've been done there, been dilded that. But don't worry, I won't teach you redneck English yet. Just work on the regular.
Okay, from the Ukrainians community, Героям слава. By the way, Andrii Siromakha, we gotta meet you both, guys. He is the Ukrainian soldier who lost his right arm and right leg in the beginning of full-scale invasion. He's probably not the beginning, maybe the summer of 2022. I'm not sure. I gotta ask him again. He's like you. There's no obstacles for him. He's doing things done. He's very bright, very inspiring. He is like, he's just, there's no obstacles for him. He will just get everything and get everywhere. And his dream is to become the president of Ukraine. And I think he has the potential to become one. Believe me. So you gotta meet him. And this is for his guys from 72nd Brigade, Karpats'ka Sich. Oh, maybe I'm mistaken. Just a second. We gotta go there and check it out. No, this one is for 49th OSB. Окрема специальный battalion. It's not a brigade, it's a battalion. White Demons, they are the part of... yes. Karpats'ka Sich is a brigade or a battalion? I'm a bit confused at the moment.
I don't know the answer to that.
I'll find just a second. Here it is. Andrii Siromakha's. It is in the description of the stream, not the screen. The answer is there, guys. Just a second. Karpats'ka Sich Battalion. Yeah, so it doesn't have anything to do. It was the previous fundraiser for 72nd Brigade. Mixing up many fundraisers. Героям слава. And yes, guys, that's the comment I'm putting there. I'm just gonna show you the progress. Progress bar is also already there. The bottom one. Look at this. 12 plus 12,286. So it will be 40. What? It updates now. 41,831 hryvnia. 20% is done. Thank you very much, guys. We are given a huge support to, oh my god, 5 different fundraisers. Wow, that was
awesome.
Yeah, that was something unimaginable. Let's say a year ago, when I was just still working on my first dub. I dreamed to fundraise, but thank you guys. You are the best. Rickrollers, keep rolling. We're gonna roll to the victory, I'm sure. Thank you.
Rick, tell me about NAFO. NAFO.
So there's an international community which was born in Twitter. They began to draw the, how do you call them? And not animated, but draw the meme dogs, the Shiba Inu dogs, for each other by donations. So they started with Georgian Legion. One guy named just a second, Kama Kamil. He's from Poland. He started this. He and his friend, together with his friend, I forgot the name of the friend, but they donated to Georgian Legion and made those dogs for one another. And they put those dogs on the user pick on Twitter, and they started fighting Russian propaganda. Well, probably they were fighting that propaganda before they put those dogs on their user picks, but they were fighting Russian propaganda with showing that it's ridiculous. This was the way, and this is still the way. You come to some Russian propagandist on Twitter, being a NAFO member, you just start showing how ridiculous their propaganda is, or just insulting them and just making it impossible for them to appeal somehow to you. So that's how NAFO started, and then it started growing. People wanted those meme dogs and wanted to become the parts of their community. So they built up a huge community. It's tens of thousands of people, man. If not hundreds, I'm not sure about hundreds, but definitely tens of thousands. I'm also so why NAFO? It's North Atlantic Fellows Organization instead of what do we have there for T in NATO? Shit.
Well,
NATO, North Atlantic to
no,
I knew
come
that.
on, Rick.
What?
It's not the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Not treaty. I didn't say treaty.
No.
Did you hear?
No. Well, that's actually what it is, North Atlantic Treaty Organization. But let me tell you what it really is. No, I'll give you a new one.
Okay.
No army to offer. That's NATO.
Yeah, you're right. But we still
Yeah.
we still haven't checked if they have army to offer to their members, right?
No army to offer, exactly.
Maybe there is.
I'm going to be
army-
looking up
army to offer.
NAFO. I wrote it down, so I'm going to be looking it up.
Yeah, go to Twitter and
Look
just.
forward to that. Oh yeah, I'll go check it out. Sweet.
Yeah, just found their main page, and
Sweet,
you'll see that. So I want to finish with that. So they
beautiful.
they were so efficient in Twitter before Elon Muscovite took it down. Before Elon Muscovite made it only for Russian propaganda. He started silencing, shadow banning fellas. So fellas are the main members of NAFO, North Atlantic Fellas Organization. And fellas started leaving Twitter, but not all of them. A lot of fellas are still there. They're fighting their fight, but it's not that efficient as it was before because Elon Muscovite made the diversion. And he really, it seems to me that maybe even following his own goals, he really plays for Russian propaganda and for Russia. And I really think he is a vatnik. And of course, you know who vatnik is, right?
I agree, brother.
Greg, you know who vatnik is, right?
Who Vetnik is? I do not know who Vetnik is.
You don't?
Explain.
What?
No.
Vatnik in Russian. Oh,
I don't know that
wow,
word.
you have been in
Vatnik.
Ukraine and you don't know who that is.
No, teach me that one.
Okay. So
It's kind of like build and built.
Vatnik is it was the clothes in Soviet times that is cotton. It's not. How do you call this? Shit. Well, in the end of the cotton stick. What is it? How do you call it?
The swab?
No, not the swab,
Cotton
but
swab?
what it made of? Not just of cotton, but of cotton wool. Oh, no. No.
Okay. Wool? Cotton?
Wow. Okay, there's also discs. Cotton. Okay, let me just use the translator. What the hell?
Use a translator. We need some help on this one.
Yeah. Okay, but we'll have to translate from Russian because It's a Russian word.
It is. Hook me up on this.
Vata is cotton wool. Yes, cotton wool. So yes,
Vata.
vata,
Vata.
vata.
Yeah, okay. Now I know Vata.
You
Okay,
know
now
vata.
I hear it.
And
Yes,
vatnik.
wool.
Yes, and vatnik is the person with vata in his head.
Da 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 da. Yes,
Yeah, you know.
I
Vatnik.
know. Yes. Now
So
I know. Yes.
we actually call those pro-Russian elements. We call them vatniki. So vatniks are, and also there are peaceniks. Those who will say, you should give up your territories, let it be peace. Your territories are inconvenient. And all of those hundreds of thousands people who Russia butchered there are also inconvenient. Peace is above all, right? Okay,
Well, I can tell you, Vatnik, or whatever other word, and it's just if anybody thinks that
the second
Elon
word was peacenik. It's a those who
peacenik,
for peace.
if you don't think that a lot of these media organizations, whether it's Musk and his Muscovites or Trader Carlson or whoever else, are not supportive of the Russian message, then, but you got an educated group in here, so they know. It's just, we just need to help everybody else understand.
Yeah. Okay, man. It's late here. Like
It is.
it's 40
It's
minutes.
the longest stream I've
past
ever
midnight.
done. Yeah, I know.
Probably not.
Let me just tell you this one thing.
Yeah.
Give me 10 seconds.
Okay.
Talking about trolling.
Uh-huh.
So when we're dropping aid with fish, I just need to finish that.
Mm-hmm.
And we get right on the front. He's running all the radios. So we go to drop aid between the shelling. So we know when it's the safest time for us to go. They're repositioning, they're reloading, they're moving their vehicles. The enemy is. And he goes, we go now. We got 90 minutes. And we go in and drop aid. And then when we're coming out, he'll flip his radio channel to the Russian frequencies. And we start listening to the Russian soldiers. I'm telling you guys the truth. We're right there beside him, listening to Russian soldiers. And and Fish will go, hey, Greg, why don't you speak to them in English? So I'll take the radio and say, hey, boys, the Americans here, and I'm coming for you. I'm right behind you. Oh, my goodness. It starts exploding. It's just the trolling, having a little fun, smiling. That's what happens on the front. It's pretty cool. So
yeah.
that's
and
Fish. He's
and
a legend.
that's how NATO operates. They beat Russian propaganda with humor, with trolling. That's their way. And
Awesome.
I'm not a complete fella myself because I've never been fighting Russian propaganda there on Twitter, and I think it's the best way. And I'm not good at trolling, also. And what? And I still am a fella myself. And when you go to my Twitter, yeah, guys. By the way, if you still don't follow my Twitter, go there. Follow it's Rick the Ukrainian. It's the same name everywhere. Easy to find. So if you go there, you will find. By the way, do you have Twitter?
I do. Gregory J. Terry. I'll put it in the.
Awesome.
In
the yeah, you go follow me and you will see my fella. It's also a Shiba Inu dog. I look like me in my violet sunglasses.
You look a little Shiba Inu-ish.
Yeah,
bit.
Really. Woof woof.
Yeah, I got the Shiba look. Yeah, woof woof.
Yeah, I have a long
We're gonna put
nose.
your face on our vehicle.
Yeah. You also gotta know about 69 Sniping Brigade trucks, NAFO trucks.
I've written it down. I'm watching the messages. I've got a lot to. I've came here and have been educated, so I appreciate it.
That's
69.
69 Sniping
And you
Brigade.
guys are doing good. You're telling me this before I'm going to Ukraine. I'm gonna go find these guys.
Yeah, they are doing a great job, and I'm being a part of that initiative. I'm raising funds through their platform for the NAFO trucks. They are pickup trucks. They provide a night vision camera for the truck, and damn it, there's a system started, electronic warfare system. They also put it there. They maintain it. The cars are always not new. but not too old. They are from 2015 and younger, so they're in good shape. They maintain them, they paint them, they put also fellas there too, and that's so cool. You'll definitely. I will invite you to one of the convoys, and you will see it for yourself when they hand over
Beautiful.
those cars to our soldiers. By the way,
Look forward
those
to it.
videos that you've been watching, two of them, part one, part two, they are from one of the handover events. And when you will see all the series, you'll understand what it is and how is it happening. That's it.
Awesome.
Oh, by the way, in the
Awesome.
description of the stream, there is a link. In the end, you can go there. If you can go there right now, you will see mentioned channels videos at the bottom, and there is 22nd convoy of the 69 Sniping Brigade. If you watch that video, you will see interviews with soldiers from one of the convoys. I was on that convoy, but I was interviewing mostly volunteers and just one soldier, I guess. This time I finally did more. I interviewed 3 soldiers. Next time it's gonna be more, hopefully. But time was limited, and I'm not the quick guy. As you see, we stream for 5 hours, so I prefer my interviews longer than just 5 to 10 minutes. So I was talking to them for 20 to 30, and time ran out.
That's okay, man. This honestly, this has been phenomenal.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed every minute of it, and I'm gonna get you over with me, and then we'll connect in Kyiv.
Yeah, awesome. Let's meet our friends
Yeah.
also.
Oh, absolutely. We're gonna connect, and listen, I'm very serious. The ball is in your court now, and you have all of your community witnessing this. Rick has an invitation to roll with us, safe and secure.
Awesome.
So it's open invitation. All you have to do is say, "Hey, I want to go."
Yeah.
And we'll make a run.
I'd like to
All right,
go
on you.
in summer, probably not in winter, because I'll have to prepare, buy some gear, buy some stuff. Like I'll need a vest, I'll need a helmet. So
Oh yeah, we'll make it happen.
Well,
we got a vest and helmet for you. I told you, I'll take care of you.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
Okay.
Got you.
So we should thank everyone once again for being there with us for 5 hours. I'm not exhausted yet. You transfer energy to me, Greg, and most importantly, rollers transfer energy to me. This is so awesome how it works. When you have this great feedback, you don't get tired. This just amazing. Okay, what I forgot to mention, I wonder. Well, I don't know. I'm tired after all. Even though I don't feel exhausted, I am tired. Okay, Greg, it was really nice to talk to you.
Thank you, my friend.
Nice to meet you, like almost in person. Because before that, we were messaging and voice messaging to one another, and it was already kind of a, conversation and how do you call this? Some relationship, right? But
yeah,
it went on the new level today.
Yes, sir. And I look forward to being your friend.
Yeah, same, man. And
yes, sir.
Thank you for all the great things you have done for Ukraine. You're
welcome, and likewise,
fantastic.
Thank you as well. Yeah, together, man. That's how we win. Together.
Yes. That's it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, should we give a few seconds for people to say goodbye? Because I'm usually wrapping up for 10 to 30 minutes. But this time, we gotta keep it just 1 extra minute. By the way, Tune Ottesen, our moderator and one of the most active rollers out there. And yes, it's her birthday today, and I wanted to once again say happy birthday to Ned. Thank you for all the hard work you're putting into this channel to help me and to help Ukraine, first of all. and to also help the armed forces of Ukraine, because Tunay is also donating a lot and every week. So Tunay, it's your best birthday, I know that, because you have rollers this year to celebrate together with you. And she told me today that she had a lot of happy birthdays already. And yes, so probably one of the best birthdays being a part of this community, as you have told me. So really happy to have you with us. Okay, Razom for Ukraine. Yes, thank you guys. Ozzy T says, Rick, thank you, Greg, Terry, thank you, Rollers, thank you. Okay, yeah, you guys are amazing.
Awesome.
Love you all.
They are, man. Awesome.
Yeah, I love them.
Bless you guys. Thank you. I do too. You're good folks.
Yeah. Okay, then it's time to press end stream button. You guys stay safe.
Because if you keep going, you're gonna make me cry. So you got to stop.
Yeah, I know. I can make people cry. Believe me.
Yeah, stop it. You're gonna make me cry.
I've done that many times here on these streams. And also making myself cry, a lot of times.
I know the feeling, my friend.
Okay, that's it, guys. Press in the end stream button. Love you all once again. Thank you, Greg. And I'll see you next week.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bye. You have a great week.
Good night.
Guys. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.